welcome back. My name is Kevin. This is Sorare FP, and we are going to get ready for game week 22. I started working on stuff yesterday, got about halfway through what I would normally do. We need to do the rest now, and figured I would stream while we did this. I think it was maybe Scott Mosey who had asked about relievers for the week. Not sure who that was. Someone in Discord. I had to close Discord because Discord will take over my camera. And I'm too stupid to figure out how to fix that. So, all right, Mike Baston is here, Fraxy, and all right, I'm gonna get started. Presumably you're in the Patreon, and so I just sent out a Patreon link for this video, but also for the sheet that I'm going to be working on to share with everyone as I put it together. And this is kind of typically what I've been doing when I have time. So, all right, we're going to figure out what relievers make sense this week. I think it's about what I want. All right. So I started going through this before, but I'm basically looking for guys that I like who haven't pitched much in the past couple of days. Ideally, it would be the 4-game guys. So it's everyone in the NL Central except the Reds. I think it's Brewers, Cubs, Cards, and Pirates. I think all at 4 games. Fortunately, not a lot of good choices there, as we'll see. I think Palencia is a good choice, but his Cards just released. I don't think there are very many of them out there yet. So McGill with the Brewers was the best I saw of the 4-game guys. The one thing I want to keep in mind is, so this is going up to Sunday. I think there's only like 5 games today, something like that. So a number of teams won't be pitching today. So everyone on those teams is going to have a day off. So let me pull up today's schedule and see who is playing. All right. It's June 9th. All right, well, there's more games than I thought. So that's going to be it's going to be easier to figure out who doesn't have a game. Forecaster. All right, so who's off Monday? We've got Baltimore, White Sox, Rockies. Not a lot of great choices here. Tigers. So I think Canely is one that looked good. I'm not even considering this. Who is it? Vest? That's otherwise closing. So I think he had just pitched 1 or 2 days. Yeah, so Vest is gone, 3 times in 5 days. He'll get Monday off, but with Canely's usage, having a couple days off, only going 12 pitches here, whereas he went 11 and 21. Once they start to get close to or above 20, that's where teams are usually going to be extra careful with them. So whereas a guy might go, they might be fine going 7 and 13 pitches on back-to-back nights. If he goes 21, they're probably not going to, under normal circumstances, probably not going to pitch him. If it's a game they really want to win, obviously if it's playoffs or something, they're going to pitch him. But otherwise, they will probably rest him once he starts getting over 20 or so. So I think Canely's probably a decent one for the 3-game guys. Who else do we have? Astros. Cool. So, hey, I think Hader's probably a good play. Estevez. Who's their setup guy now? Schreibner is probably playable. He's definitely someone that I've speculated on. I think I honestly have no idea how he's pitching this year, but I know he's someone that seemed like had the skills to be able to hold a closing role at least. All right, the Twins are off, so Duran. Of course, that's a tough one. So Varland looked like a really good play since a lot of their top, like the 7, 8, 9 guys, Had gone, I think, 2 days in a row in Minnesota. Yeah, so Duran, they've got Cole Sands and Jax listed as co-setup men. I don't know that that's right. I think Sands tends to be in more, if it's going to be more than an inning, but I would say ideally, I think they're going Varland, Jax, Duran right now, 7, 8, 9, everything else being equal. But if they Varland's matchup in the coming in the 5th or the 6th to get the starter out of a jam, I think they will pitch him. I think they want Brock Stewart to be in that mix again. But this is, if these guys are healthy and Coulomb is back too, like, this is a phenomenal bullpen. This is what Twins fans have been hoping to see for like the past 2 or 3 years. And it's finally everyone's healthy. At the same time, Jax is still, his outcomes still haven't been great, but he hasn't been terrible by any means. But in a bullpen like this, like, Griffin Jax is a guy that I absolutely loved going into the season. In a bullpen like this, though, at some point, Varland and Stewart, if they're both pitching, as well as Sands, they're going to be placed in those leverage situations that Jax would have been before. So yeah, that's Minnesota. All right, I got to finish this. Let me check in. Let me finish this and then check in with the comments. All right, we got Mets. So Edwin Diaz is probably a play. I knew Devin Williams was the one that I was prioritizing mostly. Phillies don't have a day off. That's one we'll talk about for sure. Pirates have 4. I think Bednar and Santana both pitched 2 days in a row. NL Central. Yeah, so Bednar and Santana have had a day off, but both 2 days in a row. I mean, it's probably okay. The way they're using them, well, I think Bednar's the guy. So yeah, I mean, I think Bednar is a decent play. I think if you trust him, I think he's back. Santana, I don't think there's as many cards of his out either. I feel like he's one that I have in collections from like the Royals 4 years ago. Giants. So Duvall had pitched, I think, like 3 times in 5 days, but he might be a decent play as well. Texas. Garcia could be usable. I go back and forth pretty much every day. And then the Nats. So Finnegan is probably a decent play too. Again, if you trust him. I think he's got the job and they're going to give him chances. I think he, despite maybe not being as good of a reliever as many of the other guys, I tend to like, sometimes having that role is just as important. Of course, if it's Mets, Nats, and who do they have pitching? Let's see. Yeah, Gore. So they've got Gore pitching, and then Irvin and Soroka. Not terrible. So I was going to say, playing the Mets, I don't know how competitive, how many save situations they're going to have, but I could see it. At least one. All right, so going through this, so they did pitch Bautista back-to-back, which I think would have been my biggest concern with Bautista. He went 24 here, but off Monday, so I'd be comfortable starting him. No one else I really like in that bullpen. So here, Garrett Whitlock, if you trust him in Boston. I'm going to check in. What I was going to do is check in on the comments. All right, Kick is here. The Flame. Oh my goodness, the Flame just bought an Acuna Rare for $200. I'm assuming that was an auction. Was it? Did they just start it? No. Was it? All right. Let's find out. Instead of mumbling about this. All right. Oh, and here's the list that I should be doing as I walk through there. Thank you all for coming along on this journey for me. I have probably 4 hours. Hopefully I will be done before then because there is stuff I want to get done today. But today I said, you know what? The stuff I have to get done, I'm going to do after. I get my lineup set. It turns out when I spend more time figuring out who I should be starting, I do a better job. So 2 game weeks ago, I did all of this. I felt good about almost everyone I was playing, and I did better. It was kind of more throwing stuff together this week where I got like halfway through. I did check weather, but also it was a very up and down game week. So I think I had 2 T1s and a T2 going into Sunday Night Baseball, and I think I came out with 2 T2s and almost nothing else other than credits and XP and whatnot. But all right, so this is a quick episode of Hey Clamp, what you buying? O'Neal Cruz, I think, is probably my favorite play for the week. That's who I won. Those are not good cards. Crafted McKinstry. I bought some Helio Ramoses. Immediately questioned why I did that. I don't know if I'm as excited about. Well, so it's the Rockies. I think I can find a spot for 4 of those, right? I was watching Laird earlier today, and rightly so, he was making fun of the size of my gallery. And for many players, I have an unreasonable amount of cards, but he was like, I had 4 Ellie's and I had vaulted one for the daily vault mission today. Just because I think if ever you need to put money on someone, stealing 2 bases, I think Ellie is for sure going to be one of the top options. So O'Neal, excuse me. But I only had 4 Ellie's other than one that I just locked. So that's like a reasonable amount for, especially kind of up until this year. That's, I think, my ideal gallery, that's the most I would ever have of a classic player outside of vaulted copies. So maybe 8. So 1 of each year, and then that. So yeah. Obviously I have more than that of a number of guys, so we'll see what happens if I just give them away or what, but that's for another day. Anyway, Machado is another one of my top plays. I wonder if there are any more of his out, because I will buy them. That's less than ideal. $12 and instant buys 17, so that'd be like $9. That's not bad. $68 for a rare. I might actually do that. How much credits do I have? I'm suddenly looking at soccer. All right. Yeah, $15 in credits. Meh. All right. What should I be doing? Checking out the comments. Oh, the rare. I knew I was doing something. Let's check out the. Oh yeah, auction 40. So Jesus. All right, so congratulations on getting a $200 Acuna. I mean, questions about him coming back, but I think that's a fine price, especially if you have credits. But also, that couldn't have been on the auction market for more than a couple hours, right? Like almost maybe an hour. Like if that was an auction that ended 42 minutes ago, I mean, there were only. Am I crazy? Have there been auctions listed, or were there just 2 uniques listed for a while? That's what I saw. Maybe I had a filter on. I don't know why in the world I would put a unique filter on. All I saw were unique options, and 1 or 2 other ones, Tani Limited, and was there maybe 1 super rare or something? Anyway, for the most part, 2 uniques, 3. I think 1 went. I think maybe Resuscitate Me got it. All right. Yeah, it's all been kind of a blur, but are you serious? So Mike Bastion won a Machado Limited as a T2 from All Star. Did you see the T2s that I won? It was 2 garbage relievers. No, tiers are fine. They're doing a fine job. All right. So yeah, anyway, I feel like I checked probably not too long ago auctions. There weren't any listed. So DJ Lickle said, yeah, just remember 2 uniques. So yeah, so that Acuna could not have been up for more than a couple hours, I think. I swear I checked this morning. All right. So when I talk about Sorare using prices as the basis for their tiers, but also doing a terrible job of like figuring out the factors that affect price, that's what I mean. If that was up for 3 days, I promise it wasn't $200. Someone would have paid more for it. Someone that played 2 years ago and kind of dabbles would have been like, yeah, that sounds great. I think, again, like $200 is probably right around where I would stop for Acuna. But like, yeah, I mean, he's a phenomenal hitter. So even if he's not stealing bases, which would be my biggest concern, although last time when he came back, I think he was more apt to steal, but not hitting as much power until that second year. But he seems to be hitting just as well as I always remember him hitting. So like, unless you're worried about him hurting himself again, I would be entirely comfortable with Acuna. And in fact, he was one of my plays for this week. So I'm going to start making those lists. If anyone wants a Acuna rare, one just got bought for $200 by the Flame. I'm sure he'll sell it to you for not much more than that. All right. What am I doing? All right, I'm making a list, and I'm going to check it multiple times. All right, so who are we looking at for relief? All right, so again, this is going to be in the Patreon post. So this is typically what I've been doing is kind of going through the closure chart, figuring out who my top plays are, so I don't have to worry about that much when I'm setting my lineups. So I'll be doing this reliever like SPRPs. I'll put those together. I know Boyd was the best looking one. Grant Holmes, if you trust him. Who do the Braves have? Brewers. I think they're at home against the Brewers, maybe. Atlanta at Milwaukee. That's what I thought. Sorry, I thought it was Atlanta at Milwaukee, and then I thought I saw Atlanta was at home when I was selling lineups earlier. Okay, let's do this thing. All right, I'm just going to do what I was doing before with Fangraphs off to the side. I'm showing you guys seeing. All right, good. All right, so Bautista looks good. Oop, I'm not on there. Not really. Whitlock, Whitman, Devin Williams, and probably no one else there. Tampa is playing Monday. Fairbanks isn't terrible. Probably play Fairbanks over Whitlock. All right. Hoffman, I like Hoffman a lot, but again, this is 3 games in 4 days. He pitched off one day, and they're playing Monday. So, not a great pick for only having 3 days. I mean, what we want to do is kind of set ourselves up for getting two appearances, right? And so here, they will go 2 days in a row. And so if he has 2 days off, maybe 2 days in a row again. But again, 18 and 20 pitches is close to that line, right? Where if he goes 25, they're probably not pitching him the next day. So it's just reducing the chances that he's going to get 2 appearances, I think. I wouldn't mess around with the White Sox. Class A, so they're Monday through Wednesday, it looks like. So, I mean, honestly, he's still, I'd probably play him over Fairbanks, even going 2 days in a row. And that's the Guardians only. They will just pitch their guys as much as humanly possible, and they seem to do fine, you know. I don't want to jinx anyone, but, you know. All right, so Class A and Cade Smith. All right, so I've been doing these just kind of like doing my first choice and then kind of putting the other guys afterwards. Usually it's going to be, you know, the high leverage guys that pitch the 7th and the 8th if the closer is likely to pitch the 9th. So it's up to you where you want to slot them in. And so that's kind of how I've been doing this. Again, with Detroit, they're off Monday. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I like Canely better, but they've got 3 games. I'll probably put them. We'll do Canely best together. Whoever you like. I don't like Brisky. Holton hasn't looked good. So if you like Bo Brisky, I mean, you're more than welcome to put him in there. I'd put him behind Hoffman, I think. Or just not do him. All right, so Estevez and Schreibner. Estevez, probably put them above. Estevez, that's a Z. And we're going to do Schreiber. All right. All right, so Duran, we've got off Monday, Tuesday through Thursday, 20 and 16 pitches. Probably put him behind Class A. And then Varland, Jacks. Yeah. And I'd put Varland probably below Hoffman, maybe not Whitlock, though. Yeah. Mason Miller, obviously very good. But I don't know that he's going to get enough opportunities if they win 1 game every 2 weeks. All right, so Houston's got 3 games, and that looks fine for Hader. I'd actually probably put him above Devin Williams. And then King. So if they were going Monday through Wednesday, I would probably prioritize King. It's because Hader had gone 2 days. So if he pitches, you know, today, I would guess that he doesn't pitch for the next 2 days. So he's almost certainly only getting 1. If I think that King has a good chance at 2 appearances, you know, if there's 2 close games and he's going to get in him in that situation, I would probably prioritize King over Hader, which sounds crazy, but that's how I do it. So yeah, but with the Monday off day, I mean, I would probably put both Abreu and King. Probably right around Class A. So yeah, we'll stop doing that. Varland. Schreiber. Probably right around Jacks. All right, let's see what else we have. Angels, 3 games. Kenley. I mean, I just don't. All right, Mariners, Munoz. So he pitched today. So yeah, so I love him as a closer. But if they're going Monday through Wednesday, I wrote Estevez instead of Cardinals or Royals on there. So if they're going Monday through Wednesday, I think they will pitch him today. But I think that means they definitely don't pitch him Tuesday. So again, that's taken away one of the chances of him getting a second appearance. So probably put him under these guys who could go Monday, Tuesday, or like the first two games. Iglesias has looked terrible. I think Dylan Lee is probably decent. They've got 5 guys for their closer committee. I like Dylan Lee. He's a lefty though, but I think they're at Milwaukee. Yeah, I mean, Yelich. As far as lefties, but he'll probably pitch regardless. So, yeah. All right. Miami, I like Enriquez, but usage-wise, not so much. My wife is discombobulated today, as am I. Yeah. All right. But yeah, so happy to be back. Sorry, it was a longer break than I expected. Yeah, just a quick. Should I try and finish this first? I'll try and finish this first and then get back to just rambling about my schedule. All right, so Diaz off Monday. That's a great one. Nats, I think there'll be close games. There could be close games. Yeah, I think all 3 of these guys, I think I'd put about the same. Garrett has not looked good lately, but maybe he's just been overworked. Stanek, meh. I don't know about anyone else there. I wouldn't play Romano. Strom, I don't know if you saw the cards that I'd gotten recently, but I did just buy a bunch of Matt Stroms because I've always liked him. Sorry for stumbling around this website. It's collections. So yeah, bunch of Matt Stroms, CES. I bought a bunch of rare CESs. He hit 3 home runs in a row. 3 days hitting a home run in a row. Which, yeah, his matchup looked decent this week, so why not? But of course, they're the only NL Central team that doesn't have 4 days. Right, let's finish this thing up. All right, so Strom, Kirk Ring's usage probably not. Tanner Banks is probably playable. Probably put Strom here-ish. All right, Finnegan. Jose Ferrar, is he out? I thought he was injured for a little bit. All right, Palencia, like I said, that's the best play, I think, but I don't have any of his cards. I'm not sure how many are out there. Probably not a lot. If you trust Emilio Pagan, I like Santiam more. If you trust Ashcraft, I don't know that I would. But yeah, I mean, I guess looking at this, I would play Pagan here. McGill. All right, McGill. somewhere mixed in with those guys. Probably Uribe and Mears. I'd want to check on them. I haven't been tracking closely how they've been doing. With 4 games, yeah. I'd probably go here if they haven't looked terrible lately. You know, the week-long chart looks fine. So yeah, 4 games. All right, and so Pittsburgh does not have Monday off. So I mean, Bednar and Santana are playable. Probably around here though. Wait, is that the 4? That's one of the 4 games. Yeah. All right. So they've got a decent chance at 2 games, I think. Helsley, this is not what you want to see, 2 blown saves. So I think, and they do have 4 games. Matana's looked decent. I haven't looked at his underlying numbers. I like Mr. Leahy, as well. So yeah, I mean, I'd probably let's go down there. I don't know. So Justin Martinez probably decent, assuming he's not hurt after pitching 37 pitches and coming off the IL not long ago. But you know, it is what it is. All right. I mean, Halverson maybe, but obviously that's not ideal. I would probably be yeah. All right, so Tanner Scott looked not great recently. I'm not sure what their usage was for these guys. I'm assuming Yates. You know, maybe it went from. Yeah, I could check instead of just rambling about it, but yeah, I mean Scott, Yates, Vesia. They're going Monday through Wednesday, so that's not ideal, I think. But yeah, I mean, they're all playable. Probably somewhere around here. All right, Suarez. They're going Monday. So yeah, I mean, Suarez is around there too. So yeah, this is typically how I go through ranking these guys. Just kind of, I don't need to figure out who's 10th and who's 11th exactly, but the guys where it's kind of about the same. So they're using a ton of their bullpen. Estrada going 16 and 23 with a blown save is an ideal. So Morejon, yeah, going 16 and 2 pitches. I mean, I'd put him up here as well. All right, and then Duvall, San Francisco is off, so you'd be looking at 1 day off here. That's not bad. Randy Rodriguez had a little bit more time in between. So yeah, I think Duvall and Rodriguez I'd be okay with. Probably here. All right, I think that's how I like it. All right, so these are my tiers. If you have a Palencia, play them. McGill, Diaz, Hader, Devin Williams. Those are all great. Here we start getting into a variety of questions. Here, 4 games, but they're not closers. Class A, 3 games, and pitched a lot recently, but still, he could pitch Monday and Tuesday, I think, as far as Cleveland is concerned. So that's where we're at. All right, let me check in where we're at. All right. So again, Mikey Baston, is it Mikey? Am I getting that from Laird? Baston, one of Machado has a T2, and I got 2 garbage relievers. Okay, never mind. I'm just catching up, and Machado was a T1. Logan Webb was a T2. Also much, much better. DJ Local grabbed Pierce Johnson, and then he blew it twice. Yeah, that's typically how it goes. How long does this process take? This process takes not very long when I'm just sitting and doing it. When I'm trying to talk while I do it too, it takes 2 or 3 times as long because I start reading comments and I get distracted. I think of something else. So I'm going to keep drinking my coffee, which helps me stay on task and go from there. But Tyler's here. Hey, Tyler. Helsley over McGill. No, yeah, because of the blown saves, a lot of the pitching. I mean, he may be fine again, but without looking at it, and again, this is kind of how deep you go. I would probably if I have Helsley's to play, I'd probably want to dig into that. And I don't know that I have any in-season ones necessarily, so I won't be digging. But that's what I would be doing. We can see what that would look like for my guys. And then let's look at let's just do the SPRP. We'll do that. Just a separate list here. I know we had Boyd, Holmes. I want to say maybe Libertor. Who else did I see? Kyle Hendricks, I think. All right, I could go look, couldn't I? Let's look at who's pitching. Let's hope it's updated. I've noted this a few times, but ESPN is the easiest for me to look at. I'm just used to it. This is what I typically look at. Just to get an idea of what the slate looks like. They're not always right, but they're very confident about who's going to start. They don't put questionable or anything like that. MLB's site is the one to use if you want to be sure. But especially if someone goes from probable pitcher to suddenly TBD, I would assume they're not pitching. And so we saw Reagan's and Webb both got moved out. So if you're watching and listening to this and it hasn't locked yet, and you haven't checked the Discord, so Webb and Reagan's were probable earlier, a day or 2 ago, and they're not anymore. But as far as who are relievers, I don't think Springs has any. Mitch Spence hasn't been coming out of the bullpen. So Grant Holmes, these are on the edge. Eflin, so we're going to want to do him. All right, I'm going to take this off of here so I can go through it and you can look at the list, I hope. All right, so Eflin is at home against Detroit. That's probably fine. All right, Boyd. We've got maybe Luis Ortiz on the guards. I'm not sure, and I don't really care that much. We have Lugo had some, right? Against the Yankees. That's decent. I'd probably put him here. Kikuchi, Jose Soriano, and Kyle Hendricks. Yeah, I mean, Soriano against the A's. That's playable. Yeah, I don't. So, looking at these guys, I wouldn't play like Soriano or Liberatore above probably around Bednar and Santana. Somewhere kind of in between here. I think I would rather start Duran. For sure, closer, a setup guy who I think can go too. So, right. So, like Duran had pitched, I think, 3 out of 4 days, like a lot, but he's didn't pitch yesterday and is going to have another day off. I think it's how that went. So let me check that. So yeah, so Mike Baston, that's why this is taking longer, because I'm just kind of talking my way through this as opposed to just doing it. Where's Minnesota at? Oh, no, he did. So he's got 1 day off. He went 2 days. He'd been off before that. So, I think if he gets in, it's probably a save, and he probably converts it, so you're probably looking at 15 plus. And I don't know that I would trust Soriano, Liberatore, or Hendricks to for sure get me 15 plus. That's the hard thing with like Strider right now, is that, if he has no control whatsoever, he walks 4 guys, only goes, 3.2 innings or something like that. You're not getting the reason that you're playing him is that you're hopefully getting at least kind of more than one decent appearance, so that's why I prefer to play starters at the reliever spot when I'm so bad at Google Sheets. All right. So yeah, I want them to be someone who's got a decent floor, someone that, like Strider before, even if he didn't have a good start, he was going close to 5 innings and probably striking out, 8 guys, 9 guys. Maybe walking 4, or maybe, giving up 2 home runs. But that's enough to get him to 20 probably. And so, that's why I like Strider so much. And that's why it doesn't make as much sense for me to start a Soriano on a week like this. So, all right, I need to finish that up. Soriano, May, Robleski. Are there any Robleski cards? Is he a reliever? That's supposed to be a W. Oh, there's like a cards button now. No cards, doesn't matter. What do they have them listed as? Is there a position? Nothing? Okay. All right. Yuri Perez is back. That's exciting. Max Fried. Clark Schmidt at Kansas City. Yeah, that's one I'd probably want to look into, but that seems decent. Mick Abel might do better than that. I think it's just he doesn't have a lot of experience. Mitch Keller really falter. All right, Andre Payante. Let's put him in there. Pavetta, Cease. All right, so I'm not sure if Harrison has any Birdsong. Definitely does, though. But again, at Colorado, he's someone that his stuff profiles better as a reliever, I think. But, he's somewhere with these guys. And Pant is right on the edge. Pepio, Littell. So these, I did it with Springs too. The Rays pitchers, I'm like, all of them used to be relievers, right? I mean, and to some degree, probably. Like Rasmussen. Anyway, I think I confused Pepio and Littell. Littell definitely was. And so he, he's a decent play. Molly. These guys go Irvin Soroka. I'm not sure if Soroka had any reliever cards last year or this. I mean, they were. They talked about using him out of the pen. Someone did at some point. If it was this year, obviously, Sorare would not have gotten that right. Cards on sale. Oh yeah, he's got some RP cards. So against the Mets, yeah, that's not ideal by any means. But he's in that tier 2. So yeah, that's what I like. If I'm missing anyone, let me know. And Mike's saying he's appreciating the extra time talk through this for AAA type baseball people like me, learning. Yeah, no, this is fun. I think that's the cool part about Sorare being so, soccer heavy, is that there are a lot of people that can figure this out. And again, fantasy baseball is super fun. The statistical stuff and just the way the game works, because it's a pitch to a hitter over and over and over again. It's so much more dependent on individual actions. And so you can kind of see people's skills at those individual actions, and they play out in a way that they don't play out in soccer, where you might, there might be, 10, I don't know what the things are in Sorare scoring, dribbled past someone's. You might only have a handful of those opportunities for that per game. Again, the link to this is in the post. I will try to do this every week. Those of you in Discord, I'm sure, saw me playing around with that, but I've been trying to figure out and kind of go through this process for me, getting back to, all right, if I do have 6 hours to put into prepping for a game week, what does it look like? What data do I look at? And I want to have like a dashboard, either have it available in the app if data wise and size wise that's feasible. I'm not sure for a reasonable size gallery how well the app has been working. It gets a little bit hung up on my 3,000 limited cards if I'm not filtering out classics. So that's going to be just a concern, like a consideration for us going forward, what we can put in the app. But I do want the app to be the place where I go, where it's easiest and makes the most sense for me to set my lineups. And so making sure that data is in there, I think is great. And so we had been doing updating, rolling, I think expected slug and expected WOBA maybe. So, that's one of those things, and that's a good one to see how someone, the underlying stuff is performing, their expected stats. Again, for soccer folks, just like expected goals or something like that. But so yeah, figuring out what that stuff is, having everything in one place, and figuring out how to do that. But I'm thinking, if not in the app, like a Chrome extension or just, a sheet. And I've said this before, but if you're not if you love digging into this stuff, you should also be joining Sorare Edge with the stuff that they're doing with sheets and pulling data from the API is amazing. So yeah. All right. Checking in. Holmes. Oh, Grant or Clay, Mike Bastion said for the RPs. I don't think Clay Holmes is pitching this week. No, I'm almost certain he's not, but it's Grant Holmes, the real estate broker. Tyler B says that Brad Keller is going to pitch twice this game week. I bet he's one of the Cubs guys, right? Birdsong versus Rockies decent. I don't know. I mean, I think there's a decent chance he doesn't make it through the second inning or something like that. And if that happens, I'd rather roll the dice on, Josh Hader getting in, or Estevez, or John Schreiber is probably, a better play than, whatever might happen with Birdsong. I mean, Birdsong's essentially he's going to start, but I don't think his ceiling is as high, and I think his floor is, if whatever actual reliever you pick if he actually gets in, his floor is lower than an actual reliever that gets in. So, yeah, that's where that stuff is. All right. I am going to. Oh, I was going to catch up. All right. So we're going to take a quick break from looking at baseball stuff just to catch up on why I've been gone. In part, my wife texted before while I was doing this, but so with her work, there's like a huge transaction that finally closed on, I think, Thursday last week. And so just all the buildup for it was a lot. And so she's done that. She'd done this as outside counsel before, but not as in-house counsel. So, you know, like it meant a lot, and so it was like there's a lot going into it. So she's been around, but it's still been mostly solo parenting for the past couple of weeks. Those that are in the Discord saw I went to Yellowstone with Max. I met up with my dad and his wife there. And it was pretty awesome. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, I'd never been there before. It's pretty cool stuff. But also, Idaho is cool stuff as well. Not as cool necessarily, but close. Not as many like geysers and stuff, but the waterfalls, the rivers, the canyons, all of that stuff. It's pretty amazing. And so yeah, I'm very happy that my wife has finally finished her crazy stretch because we get to go do some rafting and hanging out at the cabin. My sister's coming to visit right around the 4th. So I'm hoping to be doing SORFP stuff regularly, at least for the next couple of weeks, maybe taking some time off around the 4th of July. And then coming back to it, I would really like this to be a regular thing. This is super fun, but it's, figuring out how to make time for it. And in part, that's just because I plan to not be working this past 6 months, and I was. And so all the things that I was pretty much ready to get done, like around the house and life, building shelving unit for the garage and all sorts of stuff, was, got put on hold. So I need to do that stuff too. But I finally feel like I have a grasp. I feel like I'm ready to do that. We'll see how good of a job Sorare does, enticing us to keep playing. If you didn't see it, like daily missions, there's, cash given out for using a vaulted player who gets 2 steals today. So again, if you haven't seen that, I think I posted the list of the bad X's, at least, highest steals projections, which no one's projected for more than like somewhere between half and 1 steal. But a projection like that is 50th percentile projections. So they ideally, half the time they'll be wrong and it'll be higher, half the time they'll be wrong and it'll be lower, is kind of what they're shooting for. Is the best way, at least, that I kind of am able to view it. So yeah, like the odds of having a guy get 2 steals in the main lineup is so low, let alone vaulted. I don't know. Like, so, I mean, it doesn't make sense where it is a lot of money, but especially when they're a good play as well. But like Jose Caballero, like if he's starting, he's for sure one. That would work great. But yeah, so LE PCA, is Carol going today? Yeah. Carol, O'Neill Cruz. I mean, all those guys, it's not uncommon. Matt Shaw, yeah, he's been stealing a ton of bases, and he seems like he's back. The only issue with him is, well, let's see. Last I had checked, sorry, I just touched my screen, which is a touch screen. Let's see where he's been going. So this is what I do for closers. Fangraphs is also what makes the most sense for recent play. So roster resource, and that, I think maybe I'd mentioned this in Laird's video earlier today, when someone had asked about, like, how do you figure out which closer is going to go? This is the closer chart. You just need to Google Fangraphs closer chart and you'll get it. And then the other thing you can do is Cubs roster resource. And Okay, why are you doing that? You have many options for me. That's my history. All right. But so this is going to be a similar kind of chart, and I need to bring that probably into that other window so you can see it. Thanks for bearing with me. It's been a while since I did this, guys. Get this in there. Where did you go? There you are. Right? Yeah. All right. So this is going to show us, just like with those closers, usage. So we're going to see who's been where. So Shaw's been batting 8th or 9th, which just means he's probably getting one less, plate appearance per game than like Tucker, Suzuki. Tucker's a decent one too, for steals if you've got enough to vault him, and so with prices being kind of so low, especially for certain guys, I've started looking at 24s. Like for sure, I guess this is just my broad thoughts on vaulting cards. Like for sure, like Matt Boyd, like go get his in season to vault that one. It's $2 or $1 or whatever. And so, Clay Holmes, it doesn't make as much sense because all of his old cards are really, and then Clay Holmes is that way, as is, who's I just talking about? All right. The reliever I was just talking about, Matt Boyd, Boy. So yeah, I mean, he does have some starters, but most of his cards, I think, from the classic ones are reliever. So Shaw, I looked at Nico, I guess for the game week, I didn't feel great, but he might be one to look at too. And again, this is one when I was going through it, I was looking at not this, but the ESPN stolen base ratings. And so, anyone that was kind of reddish for Monday. So like the Sox, maybe Lou Bob. This is fine. Like a 5 for Ellie, like means he might steal all, second, third, and home. Rockies. So I think Doyle, well, they're not playing today. Doyle would be maybe an option. Astros aren't playing today. Angels, I'm not sure who has been. But this is when I'm looking at like who's playing recently, this is where that's not what I want. I want LAA. So you can see kind of these top 5 guys, they're playing every day. These guys are kind of rotating through or platooning. So this is kind of a more normal catcher usage. There's almost always value to be found in catchers that play every day because they DH. And so, Adley, I guess Wilson Contreras when he was catching regularly, Cal Raleigh, Yanner Diaz, depending on kind of who's healthy in that lineup and how well he's doing. But for stolen bases, I'd maybe check Renifo, Neto. Not sure any of these other guys are stealing a ton of bases. Adele's been starting every day in center, and then Renifo's playing, started most games. But those guys might be options. This is the one that I want. Who else had a good matchup? Brewers. So, Chiriot, Yelich, Terang. Terang's probably a good one. But yeah. So that's where that stuff is at. What else do I need to do? All right, I was going to look at bats. And so I'm going to add a sheet for that. Rename. And then let's do that. Where was my list? All right. So if you're in the Discord, I kind of went through, and what I've been doing is just kind of giving guys stars for how much I wanted to have them in lineups. All right, this is what I started to get to before that I didn't finish talking about how many copies of Ellie I had. So, in season, there's how many places can you play a limited now? You can do 3 champ. You can do 3 limited all-star. You can do 3 rare all-star. It's probably all. Even 1 for daily, or so that's it's 9 in-season cards you could play. And so again, assuming kind of how this season went is how they expect to do it. And I think based on how the other sports are, I think they're making more of a push to get most of the sales out, to kind of front load that, to keep, to get the supply out there early on when there's interest in it. But that also means that there's, it drops off, huge. And so, I think I bought a Matt Olson in season for like $7 or something like that. And so that's kind of what I've been looking at. For my gallery is trying to just figure out kind of where I need to be adding things, because I haven't spent much time kind of figuring out much with my gallery to figure out what I want and where. I'll probably get to that eventually. But yeah, so that's what I'm looking at. And that's, again, going forward, I think for classic cards, I probably want to get down to, having like 4 unvaulted cards, I think, of my favorite players, like the guys that, Tucker, Carroll, Chirio, any of those guys that I love, just getting as many of those as possible. I mean, even like the Rockies guys, Hunter Goodman, Bretton Doyle, if he kind of gets back to performing. But, any of those guys that can hit home run, like 2020 guys are, guys that I would want. And then the pitchers, the relievers, and starting pitchers. If I could go back this season, I probably would. I kind of went in between, like buying in-season cards and also like not really committing to it. I think it makes more sense to either just go in early and build your gallery, knowing that the cards are going to be worth a lot less in a month, or just like waiting it out entirely. Maybe buying some cards as long as they're right around minimum bid, and going from there. Just waiting 3 or 4 weeks to see what happens, because I think they are letting prices drop a lot lower than they have in the past, based on kind of the point in the season that we're at, and how much of the supply is out there, kind of all of that together. Some bizarre decisions like auctioning an Acuna rare with that like ends in like 30 minutes. Anyway, but yeah, and in part just I think that might be something that's fine in football, where there's like bots and like people are paying more attention. I mean, there's just not that many people playing, are there? Does anyone have a chart of usage? Tyler, hold on, I'm just checking in on the comments here. Tyler saying bottom of the lineup versus Wheeler is not so ideal. Yeah. All right. And then Mike Bastian asked, why do they rotate catchers other than rest? So catching is just so physically demanding that, in the same way that a pitcher can only go every 5 days, a catcher, they're involved in every play. They're squatting, throwing, and all of that. They're wearing all that gear, oftentimes like getting hit with a foul tip or bat or whatever, at least once a game, all that stuff. And so it would be very hard for a player to, start every day a catcher in the same way that a center fielder or a shortstop can, just because it wears on the body so much more to be catching. And so typically you won't see a catcher catch like a day game following a night game, almost never. But teams that, have talented offensive catchers like Raleigh, like Adley, we'll just put those guys in at DH because they're often a better DH option than most everyone else on their roster. So that's why they get rotated. But when I'm looking at season-long stuff, 600 plate appearances is usually kind of what a full-time player will hit, more if they're, a top of the order guy, a little bit less than that if they are bottom of the order or, get platooned or something like that. But if you see a catcher getting close to 600 plate appearances, you should feel fine about playing him just like you would a shortstop. They're gonna, there's gonna be some days, just like we look at with the closers, you can look at usage and see, well, Adley hasn't gotten the day off in 2 weeks, and I think his offense has suffered because they played him so much. He probably needed more rest. But for like Cal Raleigh, he's he hits for power. He can DH. He can catch. It's amazing. Like Sal Perez is the same way, even though he's like 35 years old. He's old. To still be doing that is crazy. But yeah, like Cal Raleigh has put up great numbers as a catcher, and it's because they want to play him every day that they can. Because he can hit 30 or 40 home runs in a season. All right. So let me check out who I had highlighted for my guys. The thing that I need to do is figure out how to, I don't know if it's using the Sorare Edge optimizer or what, but I haven't done a great job of finding the guys that I like and then kind of spreading them out in a way that makes sense. I can't type and do that. So Suzuki, Cattell, Brandon Lowe, and then Carol Bonio Cruz and Tucker. So yeah, Tucker, it seems like, is back. Not gonna miss time, but who knows? But so, considering 4 games versus 3 and who has good matchups and all of that, these are the guys that I want to play every copy of a card that I have. The next tier, actually, you can put Suzuki here too. Next tier, I had Olson, Devers, Aranda, Matt Chapman. Matt Chapman, are you injured? Does he get? He hit a walk-off. Why was I showing him as day-to-day? X-rays negative. So X-rays were negative. Why? Oh, it was the walk-off Saturday. Okay, that makes more sense. It looked like he both hit a walk-off home run and also needed X-rays on his hand, which seems confusing. So I'm probably going to take him off. Josh Naylor, kind of right around the edge of what I'd want to play. We had Shaw, Von Herrera, Aranda again. I think Shaw has corner infield ones. Not sure about that. All right, and then we've got, we can do that. Cunha, Jaron Duran, Ramos, J-Lo. So That was based on the matchups that I saw, not looking at weather yet. And so that's what I'm going to be doing next, is looking at the rest of the matchups to see if there is anything that looks good. I was going to say the other thing was not doing much lately is I haven't had a chance to watch much baseball lately. So I haven't really had much to talk about or offer insight and analysis on, because I haven't been able to pay much attention. And so kind of the past week, I've been getting back to that, at least checking box scores every day, and trying to keep up so that I can have an opinion, whether or not you want to hear it. Let's see. So we're going to go in here. Game week 22. All right. Who haven't I done? I did Arizona. I don't think I've done the A's. All right. So let's see who the A's are. All right. So I'm going to look at the A's series, and they've got 3 against the Angels. And I want to see pitching matchups. Angels, they've got Kikuchi, Soriano, and Hendricks, a lefty and 2 righties. And so let's see how this has looked lately. So Denzel Clark's been starting pretty much every day in center. I know he struck out in like 9 of his first 10 at-bats, but I think he has started making contact at least. But a lefty and 2 righties. Soderstrom and Butler. So, I mean, this, I think, is saying he's getting platooned against lefties. Usually, if they faced a lefty, it'll show that in red. And so we'd be able to see what they've been doing, if they're platooning him or not. But so, yeah, if I'm thinking about Soderstrom or Butler, Brooker does a lot better against lefties. I'm not sure about Wilson, but those are the guys to look at for this. So let's do that. Let's look at Jacob Wilson. And I'm going to be looking at his splits for this year. We're now so for the season, we're at 268 plate appearances. Offensive stats, like especially like the batted ball quality stuff, 50 is usually around where you kind of start to see things that are like actually reliable data wise. And so I like the 7, 14, 28 days. You'll notice that 14 days is usually around 50 plate appearances, 28 around 100. The 50, like the rolling plate appearance charts, like if you use Pitcher List or like Baseball Savant data, actually just went to look at that, and they changed like the format for looking at the rolling charts. And so I need to figure out how to do that. But those are the things I really like to see as well. And so I want to know 14 days and 28 days. The easiest kind of measure of that is going to be OPS pluses. And so these are, like weighted glossary. And so T OPS plus and S OPS plus. So this is going to be league split, and then T is players total. So the TOPS is going to be versus his performance the rest of the season. So if you're looking at lefty righty splits, how much of his overall offensive production was against lefties versus righties. And then the S is, and this is typically what OPS is how much, like how it compares to other similarly situated batters. So everyone else in the past 14 days 100 is average. I'm not sure, like, with this, if 200 is like twice as good as average, or it's like standard deviations. I'm not sure how that plays out, but that's a really good number. Like anything like 150 and better is going to be phenomenal. So he's been doing great. Wilson is someone known for contact and not power, but he's hit 5 home runs in the past 28 days, 8 on the season. He's 24, 25. Age, 22. He's 22. So like players come into power, and that's something that just generally speaking, teams and like third parties are getting better at helping players improve their offensive performance. So I like looking at splits in Baseball Reference, and so that's what I'm doing here. But I like looking at like a lot of the batted ball stuff with Fangraphs. So I'll probably check that to see kind of what his numbers look like. But platoon splits, righties and lefties, and so this is showing like he's about average against righties, against lefties better, and then compared to the rest of the league. This is what his numbers look like. Better home splits than away. Makes sense considering where they're playing. It's going to be in LA, but LA isn't terrible for offense. Is there anything else you need to check with that? I don't think so. But so these are good numbers. He's hasn't one steal in past 14 days, 3 in the past 28. So not a ton of steals, but like these OPSs are phenomenal. So that's the other thing is if someone's over like 800 OPS, just like a raw OPS, they're gonna be producing. But let's check on here to see how hard he's been hitting balls. And so his max CV is 108, 110 and above, I would say is usually ideal. And that's something that it's a little easier to see kind of percentile wise on Savant. And so we can look at that quick too. Average EV 86, I think usually closer to 90 is what you want to see. And unfortunately, these are not probably the most useful stat. The most useful stat, I think, is like 90th percentile EV. So like not the hardest ball he's ever hit, but like the when he hits a ball hard, like 90th percentile is going to be that. Like there's going to be more examples of it happening and less chance that it's a fluke. And so, if someone's consistently their 90th percentile exit velocity is higher relative to the league, that's a really good sign, even if their max, if Jacob Wilson has hit, so he's had 63 hard hit balls in 236 batted ball events. So of those 63, if one was 108, but like 10 were between 106 and 108, or 15, or like a large amount. That's better than if mostly they're if more are closer to 100 than 108. So that number is better. I don't know if that's necessarily like on any sites like this, or something that you just need to, that we would need to get on our own, which we certainly can. But again, that's in a perfect world, that's the number that I like to look at. And like if I'm looking at like season long stats, for sure, that's something that I would want to get added to that. So let's check Savant. And so when you hear people talk about lollipops, these are the lollipops. Let's see if that's a decent size. I would like that to be bigger, actually. Nope. Sorry. So these are percentiles versus the league. So it's expected batting average, better than almost the entire league. Square up percentage, better than most of the league. And so like hard hit and barrel rate are the ones we typically are most commonly looked at. And so he is very low in those, but launch angle, sweet spot, a little bit better. Bat speed is the first percentile, but square off with, and so like we know he makes a lot of contact, doesn't chase much, also doesn't walk much, but I'm not sure how they're defining square up percentage. I need a glossary. Statistics. Search. Ooh. All right. There are a lot of fun things to do on here. I'm not kidding. All right. If anyone knows exactly how squared up, I guess I can Google that. There's the glossary. Oh, all right. So they're taking swing speed and speed of the pitch, and seeing like if you squared up a ball perfectly, so like transferring, energy, like the highest possible outcome. And so that's what Jacob Wilson is doing very well, right? So he's not barreling the ball as much as other players, and he's not hitting the ball, above 100 miles an hour as much as almost any other player. He's not swinging the bat faster than almost any other player, but with the speed that he does have, he's squaring up the ball like almost half the time. Like was that 42%? Yeah. So like he's getting the most out of his swing, which I think is why he was able to hit 8 home runs. Because if you look at, his stats for like season long, where's his minor stats? What happened? There you go. So like 24, where's a lot of plate appearances? In the minors last year, he hit 7 home runs. Actually, that's not too bad. In PCL though, but for much of it, Mankato Moondogs, huh? Home run percentage would probably be useful, but like home run per fly ball or something. But anyway, so I mean, he's, for someone with like first percentile bat speed to be hitting any home runs is pretty impressive. So yeah, that's Jacob Wilson is not, Luis Arias by any means, which I think has been kind of his comparison. So Wilson isn't a bad start. Is there anyone else? Soderstrom, Rooker. Yeah, let's look at those guys. And so Wilson, I'd be fine starting. I don't know if I'd want to start him over the guys that we were listing. Well, there's not a ton here, but let's see if their stolen base ranking is 2, 1, and 7. So not that he has a ton of speed, but yeah, that's Jacob Wilson. Who else were we looking at? Soderstrom. And so this is especially helpful for a quick look at his recent performance. And for that, so slightly above average, a lot above average, 1,000 OPS, 937 OPS, 770 OPS is, again, kind of just above league average. 5 home runs, a stolen base for 28 days. Not 17 RBI is great. But yeah, so the other thing when I'm looking at these that I look at, and part of why I think I probably like looking at Baseball Reference, is it's got batting average on balls in play as well, which, not including times that a player struck out, or hit a home run, but when they put a ball on the ground or in the air, and it was either getting on base or an out, what's the batting average for that, which kind of shows you how lucky or unlucky someone has been. Usually kind of it's going to fall in a normal range somewhere between probably 250 or 250 to 300, and for faster players who are going to beat out more infield singles and things like that, or line drive hitters, it's probably going to be more volatile, but like more of their balls are probably going to drop than someone that hits a lot of fly balls, because those balls in plays are frequently going to get caught. They're probably going to hit more home runs, and that's the trade-off. But like batting average on balls in play tells us just how many balls are falling for hits versus not. And so when you see, his season long 307, last 365 days over the past year 289, and then we can look at his season long stats to see typically what he puts up. So his bat, I think this one's not here. It's down here maybe. Where are you, BABIP? There it is. So 213, 273, 370. I would expect for Soderstrom probably 270 to 300 is probably kind of what I would expect. 3-year, 275. MLB average 293. So if he's significantly higher or lower, that may suggest that if he's not doing well, there's an easy spot for him to see improvement. All right, going back to the splits, righties versus lefties, he's much better against righties. Looks like they are platooning him a fair amount. Did we have A's? That's Soderstrom. So it's been all righties. So yeah, as much as Butler, I bet Soderstrom is getting platooned too, and I think they're mixing and matching. Although they've had a ton of like roster moves, like changing stuff around, but. All right. Anyway, these are the guys that I am not super excited about. And I think I will probably just start making my lineups and looking at the lineups that I made. I'm eating a banana because I haven't had lunch. But like I said, this list here is what I started with to see about putting together lineups, who I had in-season cards of, and let's take a look at that. Yeah, 3 hours. So started with limited. I started with these champion lineups. That's not better, is it? That's not too bad. Does that look all right? I hope so. All right. So again, Tucker, Suzuki, O'Neill Cruz, Ketel Marte, Chris Sale, Boyd, and Machado. For starting pitchers, I think Sale, Skubal. I'm a little nervous about Wheeler. His last start wasn't great, and he's coming back from like a paternity leave, right? So like, I don't know if you've ever had a kid, but like, it's stressful, like, like tired, stressful, I'm sure he has, help and a nanny, he and his wife and, whatever. But if ever I was going to think that Zach Wheeler maybe would not put up a great start, it would be today. So they're starting today, right? Because I think he's the first start. But yeah, so I probably wouldn't prioritize Wheeler. I think Sale and Scooble's going on the last day of his, which is going to be Thursday. So, there's certainly a chance he gets bumped or something like that. Detroit's in Detroit, right? Detroit. No, they're at Baltimore. Well, you know what? It's a good time for. Let's check the weather. All right. All right. So this is going to be today's weather. So for Baltimore, we're not going to have it, but we can hopefully figure this out. I think Baltimore is one where I know what direction the stadium faces. All right, let's check my notes app. That's where I do far too much of this stuff. Ballpark, park, weather, Camden. All right, west to southwest is right, south to southeast is left. So currently 85. Let's see, we want daily Tuesday. 89% chance of rain on Tuesday, humid times of clouds, couple of showers, thunder shower in the afternoon. Let's see when game times are. It's scheduled for 4:35. West by southwest. Blowing out to right, but it may be raining. 84. That's decent. So 86, no rain. 91, no rain. Let's see. Tigers, Orioles. So they're probably not playing again. Time you guys playing at? The Tigers doing on Friday. Reds at Tigers. All right, so it looks like a normal evening start for all 4 games. Tuesday may be an issue. The weather looks good, and they can probably squeeze in games on Wednesday and Thursday if need be. So I don't think there's a ton of risk about Scooble. The risk would be that they decide he needs more rest. If he throws a bullpen today and says, I still feel a little sore, they're probably sitting him. See how far the daily goes. Is that just today? Or the hourly? That's what we want. "9 a.m. rain tapers off around 50%. So yeah, they probably play Tuesday. Yeah. So my only concern would be starters on Tuesday. If like the rain kind of ends, they end up playing 3 innings and then have to suspend it. Like we saw, I think maybe like Bailey Ober and Joe Ryan like split a game where Ober pitched like 2 or 3 innings, and then the rest of the game was played like the next day, and so he couldn't pitch it. All right, let's check. Let's check that wind again. But the weather looked nice for Baltimore. At least not bad. Wednesday, west-southwest. So blowing out, decent wind, like usually over 10 miles an hour is where, I think it's probably a decent factor. 4 miles an hour, probably not, but at least it's not blowing in. It's going to be 91 degrees, humid. So that's good weather. But yeah, so Scooble, I love lefties pitching in Baltimore because it's, it's much easier to hit a ball out as a left-handed batter. Scooble's probably going to do better. I wonder what his splits look like. He might not have much of a platoon split. Let's see. But for a normal pitcher, but it's just one of those things. Makes me feel better. Platoon splits. Lefties have a 0 OPS. So yeah, he is better against lefties. Is there not game level? Like where's his pitching stats? Like whip? No, nothing. Okay. Anyway. So yeah, Scooble and Sale. Who else did I like? So maybe look at the projections. It's going to be a bad X one. Right? Sure. Didn't save. All right. All right, y'all. So Framber, I think he's going on the last day, but that's a decent start. Logan Webb is not pitching. He was one of the changes, right? Webb and Reagan's. That's not where I wanted to do that. All right. Yeah, I think Scooble and Sale are the two I probably want to hammer. You know what? Why not do SPs in here too? Yeah. Might want to check Robbie Ray and see how he's done at Coors. Wellenbach's recent performance. Senga's probably a good start. Although he's Thursday. Pavetta. Excuse me. Freed. Boyd. Lodolo. All right. Who do we have for Tampa? At Boston, Pepio, I think, might be a decent option. Let's see how he's been doing. So last 28 days, a 0.88 whip. So only 7.4 strikeouts per 9. A little lower than you want to see, but if his whips, if he's allowing 2 base runners every 3 or 4, 2 or 3 innings. That's probably fine. Let's see if he's pitched at Fenway. Fenway. Oh, sorry. I keep accidentally going back. All right. So 1.5 whip, 11.3 strikeouts per 9, and he only went 4 innings and gave up 1 earned run, 2 runs, 5 Ks. I mean, that's not bad. 4 hits, 2 walks. But that was once. I don't even know when that was, but not sure how useful that is. Also see opponents. So against the Red Sox, 20 innings pitched. I mean, these are a lot nicer stats. So 20 innings, 28 Ks. Yeah. So I'd say Pepio's probably a decent start. All right. Woo at Arizona. Let's see how Woo's been doing. All right. Not bad. That's 28 days, 1.0 whip, 7 K per 9. Not bad. 2.81 ERA. I think I've said this before, but like whip, strikeout per 9, like, and walks per 9, or like strikeouts per walk, or like K minus walk percentage, like any of those things kind of, if you can keep your ERA below 1.1, and especially if you can strike out around 9 guys per inning, you're going to have success. So, those are the easiest things to see. It's kind of the other stats that we get into for the hows and whys. And honestly, a lot of that is there's so many factors that go into like a starting pitcher being successful. And so that's why, usually it makes the most sense to do, to look at pitcher list or whoever you like. And so we'll have a new, he does a weekly ranking. So this is going to be a week old, right? Yeah, from 6/2. But Nick is amazing, a super dork about pitching. And so if you're wondering like why, that's who you want to like look to, whether it's his podcasts or this sort of thing. This, and again, more for the guys that are a little further down, like what needs to happen or how they've been doing, or what might need to change. I think a big thing that he focuses on is like new skills, old skills. So like Spencer Strider, like great fastball slider, so great that he could kind of get by on just those, which normally a starter needs at least 3 pitches. So until he got to the 3rd time through the order, like he did phenomenal. He would get hit a little harder 3rd time through the order. He's obviously coming back from Tommy John now, so it's a different story. But he's someone where he's tried to add that 3rd pitch, whether it's a change or I think maybe a curve. But like the new skill, old skill thing is like, well, if he adds that change, is that like oftentimes a pitcher will end up losing the feel for one of their other pitches. Their mechanics maybe change slightly in using a different grip on the ball and wanting that pitch to look, coming out of the hand exactly like the other pitches. If you kind of end up making slight tweaks, it's the sort of thing where, maybe the slider is not as good because you started incorporating the changeup more, something like that. So that's one of the hard things is, for pitchers to improve, like the things that need to happen. Like for Pepio's a good example of one where he came from the Dodgers. The Dodgers, for whatever reason, are like not fans of throwing four-seam fastballs up in the zone, which is what many like organizations try to do to kind of, mess with the eye level, have a ball up there that looks like it's going to land for a strike and then kind of rise up above. It doesn't drop as much as a hitter expects. And you can get swing and miss from that. So I know that was a big thing that I think Nick was looking at for Pepio when he went from the Dodgers to the Rays, was incorporating that. And that is something we can look at. We can look at it in here. Pitcher List does some different stats, but let's look at Pepio. He's got 34. Slider is more like a cutter, and I'm all for it. Pepio's four-seamer and changeup can aim for more whiffs if the slider is a reliable strike pitch. Sounds good to me. So these, again, are going to be percentiles. And for fastball speed, PLV and PLA are like his kind of stuff plus type numbers. And so those are obviously both great. Let's see. I think we want pitch mix. I think I'm more looking for location, but you can see like how his mix has changed. The four-seam fastball use has gone down. 5% of, I think that's a cutter, which it may just be the slider getting misread, but that's gone from 16 up to 22. And the change has stayed about the same. So I'm pretty sure we can get location data in here. There we go. I'm not sure visualizing it through. That's games. I want like his career. All right. Anyway, this probably isn't going to be that exciting for you. All right. It's time to look at lineups and hopefully finish this up. If anyone is still here and has questions about what I'm doing or why, let me know while I try and find my lineups. All right. So this is about kind of my perfect lineup. I could probably look at the other ones I didn't look at because the matchups weren't super juicy. But like Dodgers, I tend to not have as many Dodgers as others. So it's usually not what I'm looking at running. I haven't looked at the White Sox, but who cares? Guardians is probably a good one. Facing maybe all lefties. Is Wade Miley a lefty? Cincinnati. Oh, yeah. All lefties. So, David Fry is probably playable. Let's see what the Gardos are doing. As always, shout out to the late, great Alex Hooper. He's alive, but he's no longer with us as an FP member. But he's the reason I'm here. We're here. All right. Lane Thomas didn't play much. What else we got? Fry played cleanup or second against every lefty, so he probably plays every day as DH. Who else have they been DHing? Ramirez, and then Santana. Oh, that makes sense. But yeah, so Fry probably plays every day. Angel Martinez, it looks like, is playing every day right now and probably should be. So, all right, let's check. Josie. Might as well check Santana. Arias. Fry. Angel. Maybe Rodriguez in that one. Rodriguez played against two lefties, but was in AAA before that. 7th. So maybe platooning with Jones. All right. So, Jose, who's been doing well. How well? So the last 14 days, a 244 OPS plus. Now, see, his BABIP is high, but in part, I think because he's, even if the BABIP wasn't high, he'd be hitting 300, which is still good. So, 1,200, 1,100 OPS is phenomenal. Still stealing bases. Let's see how his splits look. I was going to say, I think for his career, has mostly hit better as a right, like power-wise, better as a righty. But like in the home run derby last year, he hit as a lefty, and I think it was just how he felt and how the balls were going that day. But this is still pretty good. Oh no, that's what we want. So he's probably should be up there as well. Actually. Did it again. We're doing great. All right. So yeah, I think that's how I would line those guys up. Let's look at the rest of the guys we wanted to look at. Let's look at Fry. I don't think he's probably at 50 plate appearances or no, 17. All right. That's probably not going to be super helpful. We got 3 plate appearances against righties, so they play him almost exclusively against lefties. He hasn't done well yet, but again, that's like 15 plate appearances. I don't know that I would take much from that. All right, so an 896 OPS against lefties for his career. That's probably about what he did last year. Last year was the breakout, right? So yeah, almost 1,000 OPS last year. So 3 games, coming back from an injury. He did play, 4 of 5. They were fine with it, but that almost makes me a little more worried that No, they're playing Monday. So, I mean, he would play 3 more games in a row. He may be fine just DHing. I wonder, some guys just cannot DH and really struggle. Let's see how he's done as a DH versus playing in the field. So, I mean, close to average. So he certainly hasn't like excelled as a DH, but that's probably not so bad as I would be worried about it. You know, like who did the Twins keep? Like Manny Margot, who the Twins like kept playing as a pinch, like putting him in as a pinch hitter, you know, as a righty when a lefty would come in against like Larnach or Wallner, and he was like 0 for like 100 as a pinch hitter. It's like, it's just, maybe he's not good at that. I don't know. All right, so Fry I'd probably put here. I'd probably put him down with Wilson. So if I run out of guys or I want to mix things up, that is where I will go. Who else are we looking at? Carlos Santana, who's like 75 years, 39, still hitting and like defending. Like he's a phenomenal defensive first baseman. All right, 14 days, 42 plate appearances, 850 OPS, 28 days, 900. He stole 2 bases this year, 3 homers. So 310 batting average, 424 on base. Yeah, his BABIP's a little high, but that looks fine. All right, let's see. He's done better against righties. I was going to say, I thought kind of makes sense as a lefty. Yeah, I don't know that I want to play Santana against 3 lefties. Let's see about like Arias and Martinez and Rodriguez. "48 plate appearances the last 2 weeks, 121 OPS, 1 caught stealing, no homers, 6 doubles. It's not bad. Yeah. Is he a righty or switch? Righty. And then let's see for his career if there's anything useful. He has not hit lefties well, so I'm not doing Arias. Angel and Jonathan. Not hitting well. 11 strike. Again, these are the sort of things that I need to figure out for myself. Is like I can see 11 strikeouts, 50 at bats. So that's like a 20% K rate, which is right. Yeah, that's not terrible. So I prefer to see K rate. Like I don't know why I want to see that stat that way. I guess maybe it's 1 versus looking at that, but that's kind of what I need to figure out for like a dashboard or like the info, so that I'm not switching among between 3 different sites and all of that. So hopefully we'll get there. We'll see how much time I have. Eventually, for sure. We'll see if I can finish things like that before Sorare either blows up or falls apart. All right. So 50 plate appearances against lefties, 114 OPS, about a third of the at-bats, 1 home run versus 3. It's definitely better. They were batting him like 2nd or 3rd, weren't they? All right. Yeah. So let's see what his game log was. they're playing today, so I would maybe want to see the lineup. If he's batting second, he, is intriguing. On the other hand, a lot of offers and a 1-for-4 and a 1-for-5. He did hit a home run on the fourth, but that's not someone I'm excited to play though. And then nope. All right. Wardo. He's 25. Oh, come on. All right. That's better. He hasn't played much. No, last year. Nope. I'm not sure how much there is to take from this. Again, Fangraphs, I like. For some stuff, but including like those minor league stats, I really like the Statcast stuff, like velocity, exit velocity, and barrel rate. And so we have AAA stuff for that now. So this year, with 123 batted ball events in AAA, 91.5 EV, 114 max EV. Those are good numbers. Launch angle's too low, but hard hit percentage close to 50% is good. So those are good things to see. The numbers were good in just those 17 batted ball events last year. 24 and 23. He hits the ball hard, and so with guys like this, I'm guessing he probably has a pretty high K rate. So again, this is where I like K rate. Don't go back. All right, K rate. So AAA 24%. That's decent. 25%. 32, and so like over 30 is going to be problematic. And so that's under 25 for especially a guy that hits the ball this hard is going to work great. Over 30 is where you start. You go from like you enter the Michael Toglia territory where he hits the ball super well when he hits it, but if you strike out too much, you're just not going to play. And so 39% K rate, even with hitting a ball 110, 10% barrel rate, 40% hard hit, which is pretty good. It's right around 90. Last year was 92.2 and 112 max EV with a 17% barrel rate, 50% hard hit percentage, which is why some of us were so excited about him, but he has struck out too much. Perhaps he will figure that out. Do we have AAA data for him? We must. Let's see what he's been doing there. So that's good. What about his K rate? Not a ton of stuff. That's the wrong one. All right, so 33% now. It's only 27 plate appearances. So we'll see. I mean, that's what he needs to improve. But yeah, so now the other question is, are there any Jonathan Rodriguez cards? Does any of this even matter? How do you spell his name? John. Let's give him a follow. No cards, so that was useless. But I do like him, right? It was, yeah. All right, so we got to get J-Ram in there. Who else? Detroit, 3 at Baltimore. Houston, 3 against the White Sox. Kansas City, 3 at home against the Yankees. Angels, probably facing 2 lefties. Is that still right? They're facing the Athletics, right? Yeah, Springs and Sears. Let's look at the Angels. So what time is it? It's 1:38. We probably have 2 hours until lock. Three hours. Where's home? I hate this website. There's home. All right. Exactly 3 hours. So I will get through this again. Like Bastion had asked before, about like how long this takes. I mean, it'll take as long as I have. Typically, I would be done by now and have set my lineups. I guess last year, before I started doing this, it'd probably take 2 hours to figure everything out, like figure out who I wanted to play, get them in lineups. It was a little bit easier last year because there were fewer kind of options and considerations with the way the competitions worked. Kind of going champ, pro, all-star, AL, NL, and figuring it out from there. I think, and we had done that or something similar for the past, 3 years. I think it's different enough now that it's not a simple kind of question. I think I don't necessarily know. All right, should I put, after I've done my champ lineups, and then maybe done my challenger lineups to get at least good, if not amazing cards in there, where am I going to put my in-season limiteds that are left from there? Should I put them in limited all-star? Should I put them in rare all-star? And so, that's what I looked at a little bit. I just, off the top of my head, I don't know that. Whereas last year, I felt like I had a good idea of, like, based on kind of where the prizes went out to. Again, this would be a lot better if Sorare changed how Essence was given out to the prizes. I'm gonna, as rewards, we can look at that again. Let's see. So for that one, that's a good all-star. So limited all-star, you get a card out to 125th, plus 70 Essence. But most people are going to have 15%. So whatever you get with a T3, and I have an image of that somewhere, but I don't know. But I think it's, it's like over 1,000 for a star, down to maybe like a couple hundred for these guys. But you're getting that essence. Like, it would be nice if this essence. So we've got 500, 500, 500, 250. I don't know. Like, what would make sense? Somewhere between 100 and 250. So there's 6 of those, 1,500, 3,000, and then 15 of those. So 4,500. Like, bump that down to here. Like, I don't take all of that and all of this. I guess we've got another 40 or so. So 8,500. Then another like 60 or so. I don't know, 12,000 or so to give out. And so right here, we've got like 125 spots. And then up to 15%. So I wonder what 15% is. Let's see for last week. Competition history. So for All-Star, let's see. So 230 to 340. It's like 100 more. So, I mean, I guess personally, what I would do is we're paying out. I guess I can look at this too. We are paying out. Hey, look at that. Good job, Prince. Jim. So if we were going to go to these guys, so if we added this, we could bump these down. I mean, you probably can't do as many. Well, 231 to 15%, is that 15 to 25% is only another. It's like 200. So yeah, just bump all those down. And we've got, I think, 12,000 to add. Let's say 10,000. So you could do like, I don't know, 600 and 300 or something like that for these. 500 and, no, that's not right, 100. Well, you could do more. Maybe leave the 70 here, add 80 for like 150 plus a bonus. So you're close to 200. No, you could definitely do that. 100. All right. My math's not doing great, but I think we could do a lot, like spreading that essence out. I don't think it hurts the guy in first who got a star and a bunch of essence. Let's see if I can find out how much essence that is. All right. If anyone is here and knows how much essence you get for like the bonuses with the cards. I want news. It only goes to here. That's not helpful. Blog. Will this tell us? Is there a blog? No? Okay. Rules. All right. Who knows? Maybe I saved that image somewhere. It's certainly not easy to find. Want that one. I don't see it. It's more likely I did a screenshot on my phone. I'm not sure that's going to be easily findable. Actually, maybe it will be. With text. All right. Make a folder, put them in it. Oh, there we go. All right, so maxed out rewards. All right. I just need to get that picture here. Maybe I can Google this. Come on. Oh. It's so close. Mm. Oh, come on. All right, I'm not sure that this is even. Sorry for just like sitting here and Googling stuff or trying to search for things. So I have an image from March that shows what you get. I would have loved to have put that up there, but I can't find it. So I guess we'll just do this. So with a 50%, like a maxed out reward bonus, these are what you get. It's typically been like 20 to 30% for my limiteds. I mostly just have the 15% with rare. I don't know that it makes as much sense to do it there, but I know with limited, like for guys that I'm just like going to hold on to, or guys that you can buy for $1 or $2, I think it makes sense to do it in limited. Mostly because of this. So 1,500 for a T1, 1,000 for a T2, 400 for a T3, 300 and 250 for these. So for the T3, you're getting 200, like with a 25% rewards boost. So I would maybe up that, right? So T2 is 500. I like that. So I'd maybe take this one to 800. I'd probably do 800. So you're getting 400 if you've got 25%. Closer to 250 if you've got just the 15%. But yeah, so I mean, this gives you a decent amount there, and you can do less than that below it. So you're getting a T3 if you finish top 125. I lost that. It's not helpful. Yeah. So I mean, that 70, especially if this was like 400, you don't need that. but then you can start here with 400 and go down because you're getting a T3 plus 400 if you have the boost. So I mean, somewhere around there. But like that is actually reasonable, right? That's not adding more essence. It's just instead of first place getting an extra 500 on top of their 2,000, like 126. I think we'd all feel better if we got that. And that I think that's the kind of like reward cycle that they probably want to see us do. Like if you're playing in every lineup, daily and like the biweekly ones, you should be opening a card like twice a week. I think like if you're doing reasonably well, even if you're not hitting. And I think that probably keeps people going. The one time you hit a T1 or a star, like you're excited. It's, I don't know. That is by far the biggest change that I would make to the prize structure right now. I think if there's something else that I'm missing, let me know. All right. What else? I need to look at the other matchups. So let's finish that up. All right. It wouldn't be a K-Lamp stream without a lot of digressions. What was I was looking at this guy. I want to see these matchups. Cleveland we did. Detroit, Houston, KC, Angels, Dodgers, Miami, Minnesota, Yankees. I mean, Yankees have two lefties and Lugo. I'm assuming you should probably start Aaron Judge. Let's see. Yeah. So, he's much better against lefties. So Judge is probably a decent play. $50 or $60. I mean, that's not bad. The instant buy is 84. I forgot, did I have any coupon? I have $15 a coupon. All right. That is that. Is there anyone else on the Yankees we should be looking at? What am I doing? All right. I am going to finish up soon because I really need to stop rambling. All right. We've got Goldie, Volpe, DJ LeMahieu, Jason. I wonder if he'll start every day. But let's see how Goldie's been doing. That's not bad. That's not what I wanted. Oh, not good lately, but on the season, not bad. Oh, good against lefties. All right, I'm sure I have some. All right. There we go. Goldie's probably. It's not going to do that. So yeah, Volpe's playable. Yeah. I don't know if there's anyone else. No. Probably more like that. All right, let's see. Dodgers, I hadn't looked at. Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Teoscar. Are the Dodgers playing again? I think it's all righties. In San Diego, yeah. Pavetta, Cease, Vazquez at home. It's the Dodgers. So let's see. I feel like you don't need to do this for Ohtani, but why not? So, well, lefties versus righties. Slightly better against righties. More steals for sure. So yeah, I would go Ohtani in here too. Probably put Machado after Ohtani. Wait, who are they? That's already. All right. So we got Mookie. Mookie's would probably be a good one to look at for that savant stuff too, because I feel like he doesn't have the same like crazy bat speed or exit velocity stats, like hard hit and barrel, but I bet he's kind of up there like Wilson. All right, did I do that? Yes. All right, so yeah, he went off after breaking his toe. Lefties and righties, not too different. And so again, this is showing 98 and 107 for how his production breaks out. So pretty close to average for both. It's in San Diego, right? So we can usually like the kind of tie break I will do for guys that are tiered together is how they've done at a park, especially for teams that are in the same division. You're going to get a decent amount of plate appearances. I don't know if right? So there's park factor, right? Like different parks played better or worse for bats or pitchers or whatever. Petco, so kind of meh. And that's 2024. Let's see. Kerr splits at Petco. Also meh. So that's not much. What about Ohtani? Probably not great at Petco in 10 or 12 games. All right. I'm going to look at Freeman. Good, not great lately. Not as good against lefties, but he's facing already. So, did they play? They haven't played a Petco yet, have they, this year? No. Ooh, hey, something down here for splits. Sweet. Let's just. So it's not crazy good either. Petco, I think, is also one of those that plays different throughout the year. So I think in the spring, it's very much a pitcher's park because of the weather. But I think as it does heat up in the summer, maybe it's the humidity that changes, and offense does go up in the summer, if I recall correctly, with Petco. So it could be a quirk of scheduling, but nothing like exciting there to see with those guys. But so Freeman 3 games versus Suzuki 4 games. I'd probably put Freeman here, right around them at least, if not, yeah, not necessarily above. And then we've got Mookie 3 games for sure here. I can put him here too. And I need to figure out how much I like Suzuki in the 4 games. Freeman, Betts, Otani. Alrighty, so maybe let's check out Max Muncy. I can make this smaller again for you guys. Mr. Muncy. So hitting well past month. 932 OPS against righties. I like that. As far as I know, he's not hurt right now. I keep wanting to change that, but that's not what I want. All right, so put Muncy here too. Here too, and I guess that's why it's better to do this all at the same time. I don't have fresh in my head all this stuff that I looked at for Shaw and Herrera and Aranda. So that is that. Was there anyone else I wanted to see for Tasker? Conforto. Still playing him every day. All right, so maybe Conforto too. Might be one of those guys. It's not a bad low end option. Who is the other one? Conforto and Tasker. Make this bigger to see all of these at once. There we go. All right. Not great. Past. Did he miss some games? No. So much better against lefties. I mean, he's one that I would want to do anytime they're facing 2 lefties, but probably not today. Let's see, Conforto. I know he had that big hit the other day. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago, or I guess over a week ago. Lefties, righties, God, he hasn't been doing good at all. I don't know that I would play Conforto. I think that's everything for the Dodgers. Yeah. All right. Oh, I don't think I've done Mets, and I've often liked Mets at so they're facing Gore, I think like Irvin and Soroka, right? So stretch this out too so you can see all that. All right, so Lindor, Nimmo, Soto, Alonso, McNeil playing every day. Maurizio most. Taylor, and who else is playing center? Siri? Is he back? Is he back? My phone just tried to talk to me. So Beatty probably won't play against Gore. So I guess we're looking at Lindor, Nimmo. Alonso. McNeil. So obviously he's doing good. I would say it doesn't matter much. Lefty versus righty. Alonso I'd probably put with these guys. Let's see his career. They're at. No, they're at home. I don't know if I really care to look at Nats. He's been fine at home. All right. And then Lindor. Also good. Much difference, lefty, righty. I keep wanting to do that instead of this. It's just, you know what? Yeah, I like that better. That's close enough. All right, Lindor, and then we wanted McNeil and Nimmo. Not too bad against lefties. About average. I don't think this is enough to make me want to play. Nimmo. I feel like McNeil has been surprisingly offensive. Yeah. 3 home runs in the past week. That is unusual. Only 15 plate appearances against lefties, but he's hit them well. That's interesting. He's probably going to sit right against Gore. I would say McNeil's playable. I mean, he's probably closer to Fry than. But if he's going to play all 3 games, and he might, I guess how's Gore been doing? well. All right. So it's a tough matchup. Yeah. All right. Who else do we need to look at? All right. Hey, Eagle's here. Hey, Eagle. Everything's super top heavy, which has to be frustrating for a lot of people. He says, yeah, that's, it. If you play a lot, it evens out in the end, I think, because there's going to be those times you hit stars and T1s. But I don't think my enjoyment of winning a podium or a top 10 finish, like finishing well, I don't think it's dependent on that extra essence. Like, right? Like if it was only essence and no star, like I feel bad, but like I get a star card, it's hopefully going to be decent. And even if it's not, I do get, I'm probably getting 2 more cards, even if they're not great, but it's a shot at it. Whereas, again, it's the 500 essence that's tacked on to my star card and my, 1,500 or 2,000 essence is just not, it's such a small part of that. And it would mean so much more for the guy finishing 126. It's seems pretty straightforward to me, but surely so rare. We'll fix that. All right. I liked Acuna and Olsen. I feel like I didn't like Baltimore's matchup. Boston. I think I did look at White Sox, Guardians. Look at Tigers. So Meadows is back. Didn't start against a lefty. I already forgot who Detroit's playing. Yeah, Baltimore. So Povich, Eflin, Kramer. So it's going to be tough to start. Carpenter, I feel like they platoon. Colt Keith, I feel like hasn't been good and playing every other day now. Riley Green. All right, so let's check out McKinstry. I'm not sure how much of this is really useful. I feel like McKinstry has been playing remarkably well lately. So league average-ish, but for him that's good. Better against lefties. He's a righty. No, he's a lefty. Yeah. And this is, he's not being like strictly platooned if he's getting over 50 plate appearances. That's interesting. Well, a lot of it is his batting average. And so this is one of those things where, right, probably expect closer to 306 than 486. And so if you take that 486 down 180, it takes all of this down. So it takes this down 360. So I think that's probably luck, but who knows? All right, we got McKinstry, Glaber. Average, I don't think Torkelson's been super hot. Well, let's see. Yeah, average-ish. Meadows, let's see, Riley Green, who I love. Average-ish. 4 home runs in the past month, but not a ton. Much better against righties. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything in Detroit I want to mess around with right now. I think probably with the list that I've got. I'm happy. Angels, Twins. Twins are. I'm looking for T. Texas. Was it all righties? Oh, Corbin too. So let's look at the Twins and see how. I wonder how Buxton's done in Texas. All right, let's see. Buck. All right, so we've got Larnick every day, even against the lefty. Correa every day, France every day. Buck just got Saturday off. I think he's probably going to be a good start. Let's see. I mean, Patrick Corbin's a bad lefty, so yeah, 10 homers on the year, but last 28 days not much. But he missed time with that concussion. Babbitt a little low, so not doing phenomenally. You know what I mean? Not seeing many extra base hits, but again, this is 50 plate appearances. This is 25. It's not a ton. He's walking a ton. Hits lefties well. So, yeah, I mean, I think a little bit riskier for time off and things like that. But when he's going good, he is good. I mean, I think, like the thing that we've always said about Byron Buxton is like, well, if he was just healthy, he is right now. He's stealing bases. He said, like, this is the best I've felt in years. And I'm obviously approximately as athletic as Byron Buxton, but as someone who's also had a bunch of tendonitis, it's hard to do stuff. You don't even necessarily realize how you're kind of compensating, like with, hips to stay out of your knees, or knees to stay out of your hips, and if you don't have range of motion in your ankles as well, it starts to affect the other stuff in that chain. So yeah, I like Buck. About with these guys. Is there anyone else on the Twins I feel like we need to look at? Larnick, he's playing every day, and Correa. Correa was suddenly able to hit again recently. Let's see how he's doing since he came back. So 7 days, not great. He took those days off. What was it against the A's because their field is so bad? It's great. He hits lefty as well. Ooh. So yeah, like anytime Correa's facing two lefties, I would probably start him as well. Let's see career-wise how he's done. Yeah. So Correa's startable. And Larnick. I also look at the last 5 days sometimes. Again, this is about the last 7 days total. Last 5 games is about the last 7 days total. It's going to be about 25 plate appearances, about half of what we want to see to feel like it's useful. But I still feel better starting a guy who's been getting hits than a guy who has not. So decent. Bad against lefties. All right, that's probably all I want from the Twins. Maybe look at Castro, or no, I don't think so. All right, what other teams? I looked at the Yankees, Mariners. I guess it's like a Calrelli. I think every game week has been surprisingly good. Polanco's been DH every day. Oh, so Rally pretty much every day. Rally's been catching. And Mariners are at Arizona. They're facing. Kelly fought an Erod. Let's see who. So, I mean, I think you start the dumper. JP Crawford. So, I mean, I don't love JP Crawford, but he does have streaks where he's more than playable. Hits righties and lefties about fine. He's a lefty. Who knew? He's leading off every day. Is Polanco sucking right now or good? Oh, he's getting hits again. Well, that's good to see. Yeah, I mean, not great, I guess, against righties. So, did he play against? I said him against lefty. Yeah, so I don't think Polanco. J-Rod is one we should check. Anyone else? Randy? Yeah, let's do J-Rod in. Randy. $2:30. How much time we got? I suppose I do have to actually set lineups soon. Oh, 2 hours. We're doing great. Perfect amount of time. Average-ish. Better against lefties. That's not bad. All right. We are how far along in this? Almost 3 hours into this. That's surprising, right? I really would like to shoot for doing like many 1 hour long ones of these and fewer 3 hour long ones of these, but we'll see. But yeah, here or in Discord, let me know if this process is useful or just like me giving you the results of it and putting it together, which I think is what I kind of want to do. But like I said before, I'm trying to figure out, if I could only have like a cheat sheet or like one sheet of data for players, what would be on it, so that we can then just build that and use it. And so, that's going to be a weeks long project as I figure this stuff out. So bear with me. But in the meantime, yeah, if you want me to just put up like my picks, if you want me to do this whenever I can, unfortunately, like I was thinking about doing it yesterday, and then I was like, well, like the closer chart isn't ready. Like I need to see who was used. Stats from yesterday's games weren't, included yet. So that's the trade-off. So it kind of does have to be, before lock, and with early locks, it's harder. All of that, even during the summer. But yeah, so let me know if you do find any value in this. Otherwise, I can just do other stuff. For these, all right, let's see if there's any other time I didn't look at Randy. All right. Not great. 2 homers, 4 doubles, a few steals over the past month. I mean, that's not terrible. Hitting lefties better. I mean, I wouldn't go out of my way to play him, but like that looks playable. I'm facing one lefty, 2 righties. I did Rays, I did Rangers. I think I did the Blue Jays. Blue Jays are at St. Louis. Those aren't very good pitchers. All right, let's see what the Blue Jays are doing. So Bichette, Vlad, Barger against righties. Kirk most days. Springer every day is DH. Yeah, this looks interesting. So bad week, but like past 50 and 100 plate appearances, 750 and 800 OPSs, just 1 steal, 4 homers, 4 doubles in the past month. Hits lefties better. It's facing 1. So I mean, Vlad's there too, probably around here. Yeah. I mean, I think. Leave some space there. Let's see. Bichette. A little bit cooler for the past week, but over the past 4 weeks, 6 homers, 5 doubles, no steals. He just is bad at running now. 250 batting average, 500 slugging. I mean, that's pretty good. BABIP a little bit low over the past month, so there might be some room for improvement there. And yeah, I was going to say, I don't think he has much of a platoon split. So, Bichette, I suppose not too different from Vlad, but I just get less excited about him. Who else? Springer. Springer was hot for a bit. I don't think I'm going to get my nap today. All right. He's still hot. So 5 homers in 2 weeks. Good. Better against lefties. I like Springer. I'm not sure where that necessarily breaks off. Springer. Kirk. Who else were we maybe looking at? Oh, Barger, but they're facing a lefty, so maybe Kirk. It's not terribly exciting. Playable. All right, I think that's all I want there. I looked at the. Did I do Cincinnati? I'm not sure. All right. I think I did. I had Friedel. Right? Yeah. I think I forgot to put them on here. 4 games. Oh, bad. Yeah. Ollie. Friedel. Probably need to check Cleveland weather. Let's do this. All right. So those of you still here, this is probably what I'm going to be looking at. And look at the rest of teams that I haven't done yet. Colorado. I really only liked Beck, I think. Beck and Goodman. Strata didn't look like that good of a play. Miami. We've got Xavier Edwards, Jesus Sanchez, Austin Ramirez. Who's Miami playing? Pittsburgh, and it was like Burrows, Keller, and a lefty, and Falter. Oh, and then they play Thursday against Chicago and get it was a tie-in. Yeah. So 3 righties, 1 lefty. Right? Yeah. Oh, all right. I'm confused already. I was looking at Miami, not Pittsburgh. Miami has a lefty. Pittsburgh is playing the Cubs in Miami, so it's all righties. So yeah, I know someone had asked about Brian Reynolds. I didn't like Reynolds' numbers as much. That's probably a good one to go look at though versus the guys we've been looking at. So Brian Reynolds, he's a switch hitter, but I feel like he's better from one side of the plate than the other. So better against lefties. Yeah, I think he's better as a righty generally. Well, this first righties. There's lefties. That's not too different. Was it last year maybe he was doing that? No, I don't know. Maybe that's just like my opinion, man. No. So, this year, at least 5 homers and 80 plate appearances versus 3 and almost 200 as a lefty. It's interesting. But, 2 homers, double, triple, no steals. But with 4 games, yeah, I mean, it's playable. But I'd probably put him down here. All right. Let's see who else. I don't think I looked at Philly. San Diego. To the Giants. Let's do the Nats too. All right. For the Nats, they faced lefties 4 of the past 5 days. CJ Abrams sat 1 day. And they're going to be facing, that's not what I want to see. The Mets, Canning, Peterson, Senga. So that's not ideal. But So probably see Abrams, Wood, Nathaniel Lowe. I'm not sure. But so a bunch of lefties. Let's see how they're doing. All right, so CJ Abrams, not great of late, better against righties. James Wood, not great the past 7 days, but 2 weeks and 4 weeks look good. 3 homers and 6 homers, 3 doubles and 6 doubles. 4 steals in the past 4 weeks, 2 in the past 2 weeks, and hitting both righties and lefties fine. So James Wood is a play for sure. Low, I'll check Low, but I don't feel like he's been playing well enough to. No. Yeah, it's not good. Was there one other team I wanted to look at? Giants, Padres, Pittsburgh. Oh, I think it's Philly. Phillies are facing who? Cubs. They've got Boyd and 2 righties. All right. Let's get that back. All right. So, yeah. Turner, Schwarber, Bohm, Castellanos starting every day. Let's look at Turner and Schwarber. I think those are probably the only guys I really want to do. I guess maybe see if Castellanos has been mashing lefties, but that's not the Turner I wanted. Oh my God. Oh, good Lord. All right, Turner. Hitting well. Hits lefties well. Righties fine. But yeah, I'll do Turner. Schwarber. I'm playing him every day, and he has been hitting lefties well. Like, that's an awesome reverse split. Schwarber we can probably play everywhere. All right. Put Schwarber here. And I need to check weather. I'm not going to check Bowman. I will. If I'm going to do this, I might as well do it right. This is more thorough than I would normally do. So, yeah, he's hitting well. I mean, I put Castellanos in like the, yeah, you can play him. I don't know that I would prioritize him. I'd much rather play all these guys. All right. So, all right, let's look up Matt Shaw. Let's see if we do want to play him. So he just got called up at some point in the last 4 weeks. Hitting well, 1 homer, 2 doubles past 2 weeks, 7 doubles the past 28 days, along with 7 stolen bases. Walk to strikeout is decent. He's got speed, so like this is good stuff. All right, the things that let's look at Shaw's StatCast. And then the one that I wanted to look at was Betts too, to see if he looked like Wilson's a little. All right. And then he much better against lefties. So I forget who the Cubs facing. It's getting Luzardo. So Wheeler, Abel, Luzardo. Yeah, I like Shaw. Has he been? Let's check the Cubs out. Sorry, I'm on roster resource right now, but you cannot see that. But batting 9th, but playing every day lefties and righties. That's not bad. And so yeah, I mean, I think better against lefties, but doesn't seem terrible. More strikeouts. Huh. All right, so yeah, I mean, that's what we're looking at with Shaw. You know, these are, once we're for the past month, if you're hitting like 125 or so, 120, like it's good production. He's got a good matchup. I want to play him. So yeah, I think that makes sense. All right, let's check. Let's check Shaw's StatCast. All right, so he doesn't have enough batted ball events for squared up percentage. Launch angle sweet spot is good. Let's see about Mookie. Yeah, so look, Mookie also 99th percentile in squared up percentage. That's what I was thinking, because his barrel and hard hit rates are relatively low, but he does well. So that makes sense to me. All right. I'm going to check the weather. And then check the weather for the games that aren't today, of which there were too many. So Miami at Pittsburgh, it's threatened. Pittsburgh's got the 4-game slate against Miami. They'll probably try and get it in. Is Skeens pitching? No, he pitches Friday. So, I mean, I think that's fine. All right, let's check the other weather out. Aaron is here. Welcome. School is out for the summer. I made it through my Yellowstone trip. Neither my 7-year-old son or my 85-year-old dad hurt themselves, fell off of a boardwalk into a geyser or any of the various features that are there, or off a cliff. So it was a success. It was awesome. I had a great time getting caught back up on life and baseball, and hopefully gonna have more time for some of this stuff soon. Yeah, that's good stuff. I've had on a list of my to-do list for 3 weeks, getting like finalizing t-shirt stuff, and I just have not done it yet. I'm sorry. But we will have shirts out. I need to download the stuff in the Google form and then talk to the printer and hopefully have that out soon. But I think realistically, sometime the next 2 or 3 weeks, you hopefully will start seeing shirts for those of you in the paid tiers. Yeah, we're going to be doing some stuff for that, which is exciting. All right. But yeah, so I'm trying to do like a very thorough process of what I would look at if I had unlimited time to set my lineups. And so that's what this is. It's going to be 4 hours long, probably. Maybe I'll stop sooner. But yeah, so Marlins at Pirates doesn't look great for today. Guardians winds blowing out kind of lightly center field. Phillies weather doesn't look too, it's kind of chilly. Doesn't like it's going to do too much. Winds blowing in at Fenway. That's an interesting one. I really like the Rays matchups against, who did they have gone? Bayo, Giolito, Bueller. If you look at ESPN's ratings, they don't think very highly of them. You know, a lot of guys that hit righties well on the Rays. And so that was why I had, you know, a fair amount of Caminero, Lau, and Ketel Marte have been the two guys that I really, really like. For this game week, I added these guys as I was going through. That's close. I think this is what we're going to do. I do like those guys better than most. So the question for me in setting lineups has been, well, if you had an obscene amount of cards, like, should I be playing, you know, like I said before, it's what, like 9 in-season cards between 2 All-Stars and Champ. So, like, should I be playing all Laus and Martes, just the 2, just the 3? And I guess the way I've been playing it is it depends on the week and how much I like some options versus others. You know, 4 games versus 3 makes a huge difference, where it would for sure be head and shoulders above these guys if they had 4 games, much like Cruz does, or Tucker and Suzuki. So yeah, so that's my consideration for this stuff. But I think I like these. I would probably like do 2 to 1 of these guys to this, and maybe none of these. But like, this is what I want for my like rares where I don't have as many options. And then same thing here, maybe filling things out if I want to try and kind of diversify. But I mean, this is the rub, right? I feel like the past, I don't know, 3 or 4 game weeks, I've been identifying, let's say, 10 bats or so that I like, kind of mixing and matching. I feel like to some degree I've tried to, you know, like stack them. So like if I'm doing Rays, like I will do 1 all Rays one if that's a matchup I like. And like I said, I think this Boston one is one I do. So like at least one lineup where I'm just stacking them, and you know, if 3 of the 4 go off, I feel good. But you know, it tends to be, you know, if there's 3 bats I like, maybe only 2 of the 3 go off. And so, or, you know, 1 of the 3 or 1 of the 2 that I like, you know, if I'm like Carroll and Marte, you know, maybe Carroll sits another game again. I'm hoping, my hope with Carroll, because he sat, I think, 2 games in the past week. Let's see. So yeah, he sat Friday and Saturday against a lefty and a righty. I don't think I've heard anything. Let's see if there's any notes for him. I don't think there's much there, but I'm kind of hoping it's, rest, get him 2 days so he's doing good. But if one of those guys goes off, how do we mix and match them? And so I'd done a lot of Met stacks, so Soto, Alonso, Lindor, and like spreading those out amongst the other bats that I like. Let's look at. I think I did much better 2 weeks ago, 2 game weeks ago. Like this one. So this would have been another midweek. Yeah, so Vlad, Suzuki. I think Matt Olson was one I prioritized. Tucker. So I was going with those 2 Cubs, the 3 Mets, J-Ram, Caminero. Witt, I think I was probably just using as a filler for, not necessarily having a middle infielder that I really, really liked. So Soto, Caminero putting up a 50. It's great. J-Ram, same. These guys putting up closer to 20. Misses. Vlad, around 40, so that's playable. But Lindor, 65, Alonso only 27. And so getting Ellie and Ramirez and Lindor and Soto and Vlad and Dumper and Caminero in the same lineup along with Skubal and who else is this the one where Diaz did pretty good? Eflin would have been decent. So I did play a shot there. Schwarber at 33. And Paddock did great. Oh yeah, that was the 8 innings and 10 strike. Was it? Do you really do 10 strikeouts? It's crazy. All right. So that is that. Which I guess is just the long way of saying we will always pick the wrong player. If there's a couple options, whoever I pick will be the wrong one. Like the Tigers week where I was starting a bunch of Tigers lefties, and I ended up sitting Kerry Carpenter, who started off the game week hitting like 3 home runs in one game. Of course, I played Colt Keith over him in many lineups because I'm an idiot. So that is great. All right. But I think this is about kind of what I like. And how can I now do this where you guys can see it? Maybe I'll just do the whole screen. No, thank you. All right. And we want to play. Hour and 42 minutes to go. I'm doing great on time. All right, let's do. I'm going to change this. I don't want to stop it. Why am I so bad at this? All right, I'm going to. All right. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. All right, this is what I'm going to be doing. Hopefully you guys can see this and still hear me. I'm not going to check comments for a bit. All right. So these are the lineups I did. I don't know if there's anything I want to change necessarily. Maybe for this rare one, changing out Doyle. I like Doyle, but not too much. I don't know. All right, limited champ. Is there anyone up here now that Ramirez? I have got Machado in there. I don't know if I have an in-season Ramirez though. Carroll, O'Neill Cruz, Tucker Suzuki. So I like that one. All right, so hey, get back here. Carroll Lau. All right, McGill, Suzuki, or maybe we can change these guys out. Ooh. All right, let's see, 2025 cards. Do I have an O'Neill Cruz? I do. Could do Caminero, J-Ram, Machado. Muncie, Ellie. Who do we want to throw in this one? Let's do. I don't think I have another Carroll. For in season, I don't, so let's stick with that one. And then Tucker or Manny. Manny or Tucker? Who should I do? All right. And is that going to make it smaller? Nope. I'm not trying to open the delete menu. I'm trying to make this smaller. That's too small. You know what? All right, that fits. And it's nice and big. I can see you guys. And all right, we're going with Tucker. I love Kyle Tucker. Everyone knows that. 11. All right. All right. If you guys are interested in the reliever stuff that I did, these are the tiers that I put together earlier. If you're watching this and see anything that looks terribly wrong, let me know. I don't know if we need to get into the Phil Matan zone, but yeah. So Phil Matan's down there. Matan, Emilio Pagan, Whitlock, Jax. I mean, those guys. So yeah, these are the relievers. All right, we're good with Champ. Like I said, I need to decide what I want to do with All-Stars. What do I have for? Why can't? So weird. So difficult. Why are you so difficult? All right, we're gonna go with Doable. Boyd. Is Nick Kurtz back? That's exciting. I think I want Marte as the middle infielder. Let's do Josie. Let's do Marte. Let's do Carroll. Now we can do whatever Cruz we want. 11%, 12%. There we go. And let's do Tuck. All right. I like it. Challenger number 2. Let's do Sale. Let's do Eflin, Diaz. I probably have Devin Williams. Start that one. All right. Aaron's heading out. Thanks for being here. Have a good summer. Oh man, I need to put this all back together now. There we go. All right. Ooh. Do a Yelich and Trio one. Kind of like that. All right. So we'll find a Yelich. That looks good. Let's do an O'Neill Cruz. Call this the NL Central lineup. O'Neill Cruz. Trio. Jose and Tuck. D Money's here. Hello, D Money. Discord's the best way to get in touch with me. Alessandro's here too. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Discord's usually the best way. Twitter, I don't check as much. Patreon, I try to when I go to it to do the updates or whatever to start on the messages page. So I usually see messages on Patreon as well. But yeah, Discord, if you're in the FP Discord, you don't even need to be friends with me, I think, for otherwise just send me a friend request. And you can message me if you need to get a hold of me. All right. Yeah, I'm going to write it down because I forget everything. I'll check in with you. Sorry if I missed your message. And then Alessandro for Wheeler, his last start wasn't great, and he's coming back from a paternity leave. His wife just had a kid. So if ever I was going to be worried about him having a bad start, it's this week, so I wouldn't prioritize him over Sale and Scooble. I would probably, yeah, I'd put him in this, in this group. I think you're fine there. I didn't look much at the starting pitchers to see who was where, um, but yeah, that's where I'm at with those. All right, Churio. What was I going to do with these guys? Maybe I was going to do a J Ram and a Tucker. If I have one left, I do, I think. All right. I like that. Yes. Messaging me about Devin Williams. Sorry, it's off the market. All right. And what else do we have? Let's do some rare challengers and then fill in the rest. So I'm pretty sure I have some sales. Nope, I sold them all. All right. So this is one where I need to start branching out. Pavetta? Yeah. So Pavetta against the Dodgers. Maybe that's one I should check out. Or Freed. I've got some Freeds against Kansas City. That looks fine. Relievers. Hater, Devin Williams. Diaz, McGill. I think I have a McGill. All right. Let's do McGill. Should we do the months? Yeah, let's. All right, we'll go Muncie and Mookie. Is this where I want to put my Tucker? Let's do it. Do I have a rare Freeman? I do not. Do have a Josie. Machado. I like that. That's a fun one. There we go. All right. So I guess we can look at maybe. All right, we'll do that. How much energy I have right now? So I used almost all of my energy last game week. And so 160 and 180 for these guys. So it depends on the game week, what I'm doing, using it versus not. So I mean, 185 is 7 cards, 6 cards here, and I've used some already, but I guess I'm saying this in the context of, should I be using these guys in Challenger or using worse cards in Challenger, and using these guys that I like in the better lineups? But I think in part, it's, what are we looking at for the prize pools? Oh, yeah. I mean, you're getting a T3 to 5th. So I think I'm actually probably, I think it makes more sense to run these as in season, but let's also check the prize pool for that. So for in season, we're getting a T3 out to 50th, T1 out to 3rd. Whatever. For champ, we're getting a T1 out to 9th, T2 out to 15th, T3 out to 25th. So I don't know, either plus the cash, obviously. again, this is, you kind of get to the question of like, well, how much essence should you get and how should it be distributed? But, you know, you got to be top 25 here. It would be nice if you were getting like a reasonable amount of essence there. So I think what I had been doing was actually prioritizing limited all-star and then going to rare all-star and then just kind of filling out champ with whatever. With this, is that gonna, yeah. So, I mean, I need to change this one to get Reagan's out of there, right? Let's clear Reagan's. I like Boyd. I like Caminero. I like that. All right, should we do anything with Goodman and Ramos? So Marte, and I'm not sure I even have a rare of Marte anymore. I might have one. Nope. Looks like I sold it. All right. But, you know, I could put any of these guys there. Let's do Trio. So their filter, like, he was used here, but he's not like actually used now. But it still is treating it for filter purposes as if he was. It's great. All right, Yelich. And then who do we want to use for pitcher? Bubich against the Yankees. Should we use Fried here? Let's use Fried here. Middle infielder, Raleigh, Lindor, Turner. Turner's not bad. Let's see who I had for in season. Let's see how Goodman's done lately. Three home runs in the last week. That was like all in one game, wasn't it? Maybe two. But good season. He's at home. Facing two lefties. I do like Goodman. All right, we're going with Goodman. It's a fine play. A fine play. And who should we use here? Tucker? Ramirez? Let's go Tuck. Oh, you know what? Let's go Ellie. Or not Ellie, O'Neill here. Yeah. Anyone instead of Caminero? Should I go J-Ram? I like it. Or Machado. All right. There's a bunch of my energy use. Let's do Champ 2. James is here. He says prize pools are a disgrace. Yeah, that's. I mean, disgrace is a little. There's room for improvement, James, is how I would phrase that. All right. Starters. Not a lot of options I love. Here, Ray at the Rockies. Lodolo. I do have a Diaz. I think I'm going to save that one. Enriquez. Garcia, Varland. And guys, is Ryan Fernandez back? Good for him. He pitched a bunch. Do I want to use this here? Let's go. Varland. There's no one with 4 games. That's a bummer, man. All right. Should we use the not priority guys? There's a lot of Vlads now. I traded PCA for Vlad and cash, which I'm pretty happy with. Let's go Trey. New Bar's facing 2 lefties, which I think he's still going to start. I just don't think he's going to do as well. All right, let's go Buck. And Lindor Alonso, maybe? Why not? All right. And I think I'm going to move to All-Stars now, fill those out, and hopefully be done soon. Thanks again for everyone that's watching and commenting. Excuse me. Let's go. All right, let's do a Scooble. And a Mitch Spence. All right, so McGill is probably my top option. Did I get any Palencios? I wonder. That one's used. Or there's not available yet. That's not what I want. Does this get me to common market? It does. That's not bad. All right. Let's do some of those. This is how I've been using my common essence, like filling in guys like these that I like, that I want to play, kind of mixing and matching them in my lineups. I don't care about Rodon that much. Yamamoto's not that much anymore. I'm keeping those. Oh, I already had a Palencia. Right? Did I? Or is that the new one? Who knows? Caminero, Class A, Hoffman, Duvall, Lawrence Butler. I think I probably have enough of him. Really? I don't think I need Willie. I'd probably drop a Vlad too. All right. Let's add some Palencias. I like that. All right. So he's probably going in some lineups. All right. Ooh, I did have this. How many of those do I have now? No one knows. All right, so do I have any Suzuki's to play there? Just that one. Let's go Caminero. Really wish there was a rhyme or reason to how these were ordered. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Marte. Who else did I like? Muncie? 88. Lindor, Betts, Ellie. Ellie's expensive still, right? Yeah. All right. We are going to go. Should we go Shaw? Yeah, I can use that Suzuki common. Let's do that. Do I have a Tucker still? I do have a Suzuki. I just didn't have a DH one. And should we go Lau? Brandon Lau. Josh, Brandon. All right. There we go. So yeah, that one, Cubs and Rays. Could do a full like Rays stack. Maybe do that in rare, like rare All Star. Let's see what I have for that. Let's see what bets I have. Caminero I haven't used. And Aranda. Let's check that All-Star lineup. I guess that's probably where I want to use it, is this one. All right, so we've got no one. There we go. All right, we're going to do Aranda. We're going to do Lau here. 25. There's one left. Yes. Do it, Josh. Uh, 9%. There's Caminero. All right, do I go with a reliever here or replace Tucker? Is there anyone else on the Rays I want? I don't think so. Let's go with McGill. Didn't I use one of these? Huh. Or maybe that was the one that I canceled. All right, now I'm confused. Didn't I? Wasn't I just setting this lineup? Oh my goodness. Did I just not enter it? Oh, I left it to go do this. All right. So it is at exactly 4-hour mark where I just fall apart and have no idea what I'm doing. But for some reason, there are still people here. Thank you for being here. Let's finish it out. I'm going to do my best. What time is it? 3:30. Oh, goodness. I've got how much time left? Exactly 1 hour. All right, y'all. I need to finish this. I need to eat some lunch closer to dinner. And do some things. So I didn't do a great job with the weather. Cards, decent. There's nothing crazy there. All right. If anyone is here and has checked any of the weather, now would be a good time to let us know. If there's anything for the series that start on Tuesday, let's do this again. Monday, Tuesday. So we have Baltimore. Ugh. How did I do this? I think I went through this guy. Okay. Series that start Tuesday. I have a list. Baltimore.
You need to unlock your iPhone first.
Oh, calm down, Siri. All right, Baltimore. Hey, Eagle says weather looks good. All right, Sox are at Houston. Got Denver. We've got Kansas City, Texas is a dome, retractable, I think. At Washington, right? Is that it's a Tuesday one? All right, so Baltimore, Denver, Kansas City. A little bit of lunch meat. My computer's obviously listening. Does it matter which Kansas City I did? Because I have no idea which one it is. All right. Tomorrow, no rain, 87. west to southwest. I'm not sure if Kaufman is. Why is this not working? I can't scroll. Is it because of this? There it is. All right. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And the weather looks good. Not sure about the direction of that wind, but we will check that out. Baltimore, I think I started to look at this one, didn't I? Oh, that's right. Rain Tuesday, but then Wednesday and Thursday looked really good. And James, I think, is saying Swish Analytics hasn't let him down, I'm guessing, for weather. All right, Colorado, 90 degrees, no rain, 40% on Thursday. Thunderstorm in spots in the afternoon. That's probably fine, but it's going to be 90, not much wind. 7 or 8 miles an hour, blowing in a variety of directions. We're going to go with that's nothing huge. And then I'm going to do DC, maybe. Tuesday, rain. And this thing is not working again. All right. But fine on Wednesday and Thursday, 5 miles an hour, 7 miles an hour, 86 and 90. That is real. Why is this doing this? I think it's just like frozen, like it's lagging. I'm not sure what is wrong with AccuWeather, but KC, Denver, Nationals. So Tuesday looked like rain in Washington. I guess that makes sense too. If Baltimore also has rain, that's in division, so that could be a problem. So a little bit of a warning on Mets at Nats. I'm not sure I would want to do that. All right, so you got, show the schedule up. I do Tuesday. It's not at Washington. It's in New York. We're going to make it through this. All right. Doing great. All right, y'all. Hopefully this is the last one. Tuesday, rain. Wednesday, none. Thursday, 25% chance. That's fine. But Wednesday. And Thursday. hourly for this one and hopefully be done. All right. If anyone's here watching, I show like 10 people still. If there's anything you want me to look at or do or answer, now is the time because I'm going to wrap this up once I'm done looking at the hourly weather and see what New York looks like. And they are playing at 7 o'clock. So that looks dry for them. So that looks fine. So Baltimore, little questionable, but I think that's fine. Is that the Cubs? Detroit's at Baltimore. All right. I don't think that's a huge deal. Yeah. It looked like righties on the Orioles might be decent. Is that right? I guess against Scoopel. But they don't have any left. I don't think Mountcastle's out. It's just not a lot. I don't know if is Westberg back? Maybe he is. Set to return Tuesday. So Westberg, they're facing Povich. No, that's his pitching. All right. Sorry, Gibson on Mize and Scoobel. Meh. So I don't know that I would play ready just to get Scoobel. All right. That's everything I have. Nothing huge with the weather. If Jonathan Rodriguez had cards, I would play him. Again, these are the relievers I liked. Palencia, you just saw me buying his commons. Boyd is the only starter I liked at reliever. McGill, Edwin Diaz, Josh Hader, and Devin Williams are my favorite relievers that have a lot of cards. And that's about all. Starting pitchers, I really like Sale and Scoobel. Head and shoulders above everyone else. There's a lot of questions about everyone else that's going. Framber can be hit or miss. And it's pretty, defense dependent on how many grounders get through or not. But yeah, that's all I've got. Good luck this game week. I hope to be doing this again soon and hopefully can get my stuff together enough to do it with Bob or whatnot. But yeah, thanks for joining me. I'll talk to y'all later.